boys, pile in. We're in for something today, for sure. Alright, let's go. 1138. Scholar of Yore. Alright, let's get this fucking show on the road. Let's go. Okay. In the Highlands, on an altar with eyes, arms, heads, and organs embedded in it, blood red light surged out like a tidal wave, distorting into the shape of a deformed tree. Amidst a buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, silver plates, the gold boxes trembled, as though they could slice through one's spirit body. The surrounding supplicants instinctively bowed their heads and prostrated. Then they simultaneously came to a realization. The Berserk Sea. Reef Island. Good God. When he saw that the ancient palace above the grey fog and sensed the slight tremble of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper connection with the so-called Sephira Castle, one that was hard to accurately grasp. He has a bro. How Klein is now probably able to fight angels on like a decent level, because Klein has always been punching above his weight, so to speak. Because like when he was a low sequence beyonder, he was fighting mid sequencers. When he was a mid sequencer, he was fighting saints. So now that he's like a high level saint, he should be able to like with the help of the Grey Fog kind of even the playing field with like a sequence 2. Which means when he becomes a sequence 2, this motherfucker becomes a monster. At this moment, he truly felt that the place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. With no... Bullseye! How's it going? With no delay, Klein got the 2 marionettes to put away the items that were still of value and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and shook it. I'm good, Bullseye. How you doing? With a smacking sound, the paper figurine ignited with a scarlet flame as a dense illusory wing appeared behind his back. Gilgamesh, how's it going? When he saw this, Klein was stunned. He never expected a simple paper figurine would have the hint of an angel's embrace. Oh, it's come to this point where a simple paper figurine is like imbued with the powers of the Grey Fog to such a degree. Like he doesn't even need to do it. Oh, that's good. He then grabbed Quanos and Inuni and teleported, vanishing from the island. After using several islands and the Sonia Sea as a waypoint, he took a huge detour before arriving home to his residence in Backland. During this process, he repeatedly used paper figurines which had undergone several qualitative changes to disrupt divination, prophecy powers, tracking, and observation. Phew! I didn't expect it to trigger the changes in Sephira Castle. Man, it is fucking... Dude, fuck everything else. I'm just so glad to at least know the name of the fucking Grey Fog and not just call it the Grey Fog. Holy fuck. Like, even that feels like such a qualitative change in my being. It feels like I have some semblance of what the fuck is happening in this fucking story. Oh my god. Moon! Athmani, how's it going, guys? McSeely, how's it going? I didn't expect it to trigger the changes in Sephira Castle, resulting in an inconceivable phenomenon. Fortunately, I was sufficiently careful and cautious, and wasn't careless. If I had advanced in Backland or the surrounding areas, Amon and Zaratul would have surely seen me. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the Grey Fog. After confirming that he was in a safe situation, Klein didn't stay long, and immediately returned to the real world, and with the help of cogitation, began to restrain his diverging spirituality. Oh, this is good. Can't mess with... Oh, love you too, Othmani. After doing this, he took off his clothes, threw himself into bed, and fell asleep. Wait. Normally, a bizarre sorcerer wouldn't be as exhausted as he was after successfully advancing to Scholar of Yore. He would definitely have the energy to check his physical condition, but after traveling through history, Klein relied on his marks that could be traced back to a great distance, and his own mastery of ancient secrets that far exceeded his current level. He reached the establishment of the Giant King's Court in the early Second Epoch, or perhaps even the First Epoch. This was equivalent to digesting the potion. What? After a few hours of deep sleep, Klein woke up and rubbed his eyes. He sat up and pulled a pillow to prop himself up from behind and rubbed his temples. After 10 minutes of regulating himself, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Indeed, I've digested most of the potion right after consuming it? You're lying! At least 80%? Oh my god, dude, I was so... Oh my god! Dude, I talked about this a while back, where, like, Easy's theory came out true in, like, the weirdest fucking way. Easy thought he was gonna instantly digest the what do you call it? Miracle Invoker potion, but he almost basically completely digested the Scholar of Yore potion. This is roughly what I expected, but I wonder how much more ancient history I'll have to get before fully digesting it. He knows more than most angels? True. That's crazy, man. From the looks of it, the acting of a Scholar of Yore has two main directions. One is a scholar of ancient times, and the other is a scholar who studies ancient history. Both are required. The first is relatively easy because the ritual itself contains the key points of making one a person from ancient times. Once the advancement is successful, one can naturally act as a scholar of ancient times. The second point is rough. It would be alright in normal society, but this is the world with true gods, devils, and evil existences. Just gathering ancient information is risky enough. If I endeavor to gather the truth of history, I may die a horrible death at any moment. The more I understand, the greater the danger. Oh, so Klein is like on this knife's edge where there's a lot of things he shouldn't know before he becomes an angel because it could corrupt him. But those are the stuff that he needs to approach to learn to digest his potion to become an angel. So he's like right on a knife's edge. The reason why I know so much is thanks to the arrangements of a few existences, as well as a complicated fate that brings Sephira Castle to me. Sound, how's it going? This makes me encounter all sorts of things. Of course, even so, I've already died once, despite being a true deity's blessed. What's more, other scholars of Yore? Changing the spot of Miracle Invoker and Scholar of Yore would make things relatively simple, but there's no such thing. In addition, the previous two meanings have an inclination towards ancient times. I have to pay attention towards the word scholar. What must I figure out from history before I can be considered a scholar? The seer has seen some stuff, yeah? Imagine how long it would take to digest if it's only 80% with all he knows. Oh, that's actually true. But Samo, I feel like there's bits and pieces that he now knows that makes it to learn other stuff. Like, you know how if you know X, Y, and Z, you can extrapolate outwards? I feel like the fact that he can do that probably means he can get that information relatively quickly. Now, it might take like 100 chapters, but like 100 chapters to digest a Sequence 3 potion is insanely fast. By the way, what's your opinion on the anime? I like the anime, Moon. I think it's definitely been different than the web novel, but I was expecting that. I didn't expect it to be a one-to-one anyway. I've enjoyed it so far. Autumn, how's it going, man? Next, there are a few directions towards my digestion. First, I need to figure out Sassaria's current state and replicate the actual process of the cataclysm. Loop, how's it going, man? I don't think I've seen you here before. Second, I need to spend more efforts to connect the history of the Fourth Epoch together and not just be fine with having them in disconnected segments. Third, I need to go deep into the details from a macroscopic view. For example, the rise and fall of the indigenous family. After confirming that the prior acting was effective and considering the future path ahead, Klein combed the mysticism knowledge he had gained from advancement and his observation of godhood divinity, and he had a trial run of his powers to figure out the powers of a Scholar of Yore. Please. Yes, please. Oh my god. Worms of spirits can be split into 600 pieces? Does that mean he can have 600 marionettes? There's no chance, right? There's no fucking chance. You're 600? Bro, I thought Zaratul was gonna have like 500. Zaratul's gonna have like 50,000 fucking marionettes then. What is this horse shit? Bro, all of fucking Backland is just his marionettes. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain degree. It's even more complicated, and it can showcase concepts of strength, strangeness, and supernaturalness. So his godhood gives him increased strength, strangeness, and supernaturalness? Okay. Least broken. This is so what the fuck? 600 marionette. Bro, that's a 1 to 12. A sequence 4 couldn't possibly think, like a bizarre sorcerer couldn't fucking look in the direction of a scholar of yore. 1 to 12 is the ratio. This is so cooked. The changes in my godhood patterns firstly originate from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly, comes from the mysticism knowledge contained within the potion. This is both, bro, by the way, can I say how fucking goated the Evernight goddess is? She was just like, here's half the main ingredient, and the other half was just like foaming at the mouth to meet Klein. They were like, this is what you needed. I'm like, oh my god. And remember, sequence 2 is a quality. Stop! No, you're, oh my god, Amnesiac, you're right. The changes in my godhood patterns firstly originate from the newly obtained characteristic, and secondly comes from the mysticism knowledge contained within the potion. This is both a result of Beyonder characteristics and something obtained for a higher level. After becoming a true high sequence Beyonder, is it possible to directly change the knowledge at the higher dimension to affect Beyonders at this sequence? We know this is possible because Amon does it, the fucking piece of shit. He just fucking makes demigods of his pathway die on purpose because he's like, I'm just not going to tell you that if you try to parasitize an animal, you get fucked. Like, what a piece of shit. Deciphering a potion formula from godhood patterns is seems like an actual example. At the level of a sequence 3, the changes in godhood patterns are influenced by individuality. Interesting. So Klein... So who you are is gonna affect your godhood to a degree. Okay, that's cool. So like Klein's, I would assume Klein's godhood would be more focused than probably others on like the subversion aspect of this pathway, because Klein's whole thing is like, hey, I want to be the underdog who just fucking comes out of nowhere and just subverts the fates of or like the tides of the time or whatever, that sort of thing. So I feel like that's what Klein's gonna be more focused on. Klein's godhood is gonna be more focused on. This is closely related to prayers and response. For each scholar of yore, the corresponding honorific names will be different in nature. This is because of different personalities, experiences, and traits. Yes, I can allow different worms of time to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's relatively uncomplicated. It doesn't affect my other decisions. The specially marked ones and more complicated matters will be handed over to my actual body. Lyola, how's it going? A scholar of yore can use a worm of spirit to act as a god? What about the other sequence 3s from other pathways? It's impossible to respond while they're sleeping, right? I'll think of an honorific name as a scholar of yore later. I'll first study the specific abilities. Wait, is Klein gonna make up another... Is he gonna have another fucking honorific name that points to him? Because he obviously has the Fool. He has the Kalvatua one. Is he gonna get a third? How many more fucking honorific names? Bro, gods don't have this many. What are you doing? Yes, I can allow different worms of time to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's a relatively uncomplicated matter. It won't affect my other actions. The specially marked ones and more complicated matters will be handed over to my actual body. I've already read this. A Scholar of Yore's main ability is to obtain help from history, split into two parts. One is to borrow strength from my past self. That's interesting. How do you borrow power from your past? Your past self is weaker than your current self. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. This is rather embarrassing. It's currently useless because the past me is definitely weaker than the present me. When I was hanging above the door of light, I was just an ordinary person. For those who were important figures in the past are now weak due to all kinds of reasons, this is a godly skill. One can be a baby crying for ice cream while engaging in a Sequence 1 battle. It would be impossible to find any weaknesses. The problem is that it doesn't last too long. Of course, as more time passes after I become a Scholar of Yore, this will begin to show its effects. I can borrow strength from my past Scholar of Yore self so that I wouldn't have any moments of weakness. Even if I were to suffer serious injuries, to a certain extent, this is something that's self-perpetuating, preventing myself from ever being in a nadir until my spirituality is completely drained. What is nadir? Lowest point of the fortunes of a person or organization. Nadir, I see. Nadir. Yes, before my spirituality is drained. Thank you, Nightwalker. Before my spirituality is drained, I can always borrow energy from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times. As for my current spirituality, even without the process of recovering it, I can borrow powers nearly 10 times a day, maintaining it for 5 minutes a time. Bro, imagine you go from you've got a Scholar of Yore, finally at their wits' end. Like, this motherfucker has read through 600 marionettes, and you're finally close to getting him down. And he goes, gotcha. And then he just fully insta-recovers for 5 minutes, and you're like, what? And then you fight him for 5 minutes, and you're like, oh, okay, your special revive is ran out, motherfucker. You're out of luck. And then he does it again, and you just want to kill yourself. In a video game, of course. The second part is to summon images from the historical void. It can be humans or objects. The more detailed and the better understanding I have of the corresponding piece of history and matters, the higher the success and the longer it will last. It's to summon images. But it's only images, right? Like, he can't summon physical beings. Yeah, remember the fish. Similarly, the lower the target's level is relative to me, the higher the chance of success and the longer it can be maintained. In addition, increasing my affinity with the target will increase the chances of success and the time it can be maintained. No, but it said you can summon images from the historical void, Milos. Not, you can't summon, physical things, no? You can summon the image of a physical thing, not the thing itself. There are 3 conditions to succeed. Furthermore, when summoning someone of a higher level than myself or an item, even if I barely succeed, the final projection will only have a portion of the strength and qualities of the original. It can't be the one who's at full strength. Also, I can only maintain 3 images summoned by the historical void at any time, including those summoned by my marionettes. Motherfucker's correcting us. This is true. I'm sorry, MT. Even currently, even if it's the most ordinary item or something that was once mine, I can maintain it for 15 minutes at a maximum. That's a crazy amount of time, though. In a battle, 15 minutes is an eternity. The fact that the target has to have a close relationship with oneself is worth ruminating. In essence, borrowing power from one's own body is a form of summoning. It's just that one's relationship with oneself is extremely close, so there's no possibility of failure. In other words, if I were to summon the important figures from the historical voids, it's best to establish a friendly relationship with them and maintain it for a long time. 600 marionettes. That is like insanity. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Azek's projection, the chances of success would definitely be higher than projecting other angels. How is this a beyonder power? This is obviously studies related to EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. What the EQ? What is EQ? Oh, emotional intelligence, like emotional quotient, emotional intelligence, I see. As he sighed with emotion, Klein sincerely felt that the core powers of a scholar of yore were godly. Fuck yeah, brother. We are becoming a fucking god! Klein, after all, those involved with history and times were most likely extremely magical. Bro. Yeah. Can you imagine... Ramiro, are you okay, bro? I just see, like... I just see, like, every fourth message getting deleted. Dude. Can you imagine what Zaratul can do, though? Because he's been a lot... So, like... A scholar of yore or someone of this pathway benefits greatly from existing for a long time, because the longer you live, the more angels you meet, the more deep relationships you develop, the more angels you can summon. It's just like a fucking feedback loop. And the stronger you get, the stronger people you meet, the stronger angels you can build relationships, the stronger angels you can summon, the stronger you become, and you just keep doing that. So like someone like Zaratul, because like Zaratul knows Medici like at a decent level, because Medici said like, oh yeah, even Zaratul wouldn't dare do that to me, and the young Zaratul. So like Zaratul has known Medici for a long time, like since he was a youngin, like digesting his sequence 4 potion all the way to like probably when it was a sequence 1. So like he can summon some fucking powers, baby. Hey, how's it going, man? No, we're on the first chapter, man. When summoning images from the historical void, there is no way to communicate with them. That's to say that a scholar of yore can't interfere with history and change the past. From the angle of acting, this can be summarized as the witnessing of fate affecting the present and the inability to reverse the past. Apart from the ability to transfer certain parts of ailments, wounds, curses, attacks, prophecies, and observations to paper figurine substitutes, we can transfer prophecies? That means to a certain degree, Klein can begin whittling down the effects that Adam can have on him. Cause like Adam's power is kind of like prophecies, or it's like fate, right? So to a certain extent, he might be able to transfer like some of the impacts to a paper figurine, and then be able to go about doing what he wants. Oh, that is a mindfuck for real. It can transfer certain part. There's another power. It can transfer certain part to the target. Before one discovers that it's fake, things can continue proceeding as normal. What? Excuse me? It can transfer a certain part to the target. What is a certain part of what? Things can continue. If anyone meets me shortly after losing their heart while their brain remains active, I can give them a paper heart. It can beat using the strength from history and continue circulating blood. Oh, I'm sorry, what? You thought taking my heart out would be enough to kill me? I do this to myself every Tuesday just to get an oil change. I'm a fucking loser. What is this? The time it takes to attain initial control of spirit body threads has shortened to 2 seconds. 2 2 seconds! You're lying! Bro, a man could like... Imagine, like you start feeling a little sluggish and you're already a marionette and you're like, what the fuck is this? What is this? And completely transforming a marionette takes 10 seconds. 10 seconds! The maximum range for the 2 is 500 meters. The limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers. Bro, imagine some piece of shit motherfucker from half a kilometer away turns you into a marionette. You couldn't even fucking... Even if you realize you were fucked, what are you gonna do? He's half a kilometer away. Kakarot, thank you so much, man. Thank you. There's like a... okay. Wait, hold on. Flame jump is also... Wait, by controlling a marionette, the limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers? Bro, imagine this. 600 marionettes. Klein is oh, hold on, I gotta draw this. Bro. Okay, this is... We're only like reading like 12 chapters today, but we're gonna be here for an eternity because this is such a mindfuck. Imagine, Klein is here. He has 600 marionettes lined up 5 kilometers away. No matter who's attacking him, how do you fucking stop him? He's just everywhere. What is this? Mr. Door with his teleporting abilities couldn't catch this motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Can transform... Oh, wait. Flame jump is also 5 kilometers. What is even the point? I can freely control the might of air cannons. At its maximum might, it's equivalent to a coastal defensive cannon. You're lying. You're fucking lying, bro. Come on. Can transform into a creature in which the difference in size does not exceed a certain limit. Well, what limit, bro? Like, can Klein become an elephant but not like a blue whale? What is this? Some of the organs simulated can be used, while others are only decorations. So Klein can theoretically become like a fish and use the gills as like actual organs and breathe underwater. Bro's the Bismarck. Can't marionettes make marionettes? I think so, Kakarot. I think so, because as long as they have like several worms of spirit worms or whatever, it can give one of them off to become something else, right? This is a scholar of yore who has digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein stood up. He planned on entering the world above the Grey Fog to check on the changes in Sephira Castle. Man, that title is so fucking cool. Just that name. I don't even care about anything else. Just that name itself is so fucking cool. Oh my god. Marionette Networks. That is least man, that is such a cool title. Above the Grey Fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. Wait, you know what I'm starting to think? I feel like in time, Klein is gonna get such a... that's the title I have. I am really sorry. I don't know how to... Your name is in, what I'm gonna assume is... Chinese characters. It might be I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know how to pronounce your... I just have no earthly idea. I feel like in time, Klein is gonna get like such a ownership of the Sephira Castle that he can just teleport in without having to do the whole 4 steps counterclockwise, whatever. Like, he'll just be able to be like, and just pop in. Above the grey fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. He looked around briefly and realized that there were a few changes. The most obvious point was that the state of the grey fog and its layout had been fully projected into his spirit body. These two actually did. Yes, I think you're right, Samo. Alright, Milos. Alright, Milos, we're calling you up to the big leagues. Nah, we have four. Seems fine? Okay, you guys are fine? Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. If you guys need help, then just let me know. But for now, if you guys are saying you're fine, that's fine. Rage baited. Wait, hold on. Even at a great distance, he could see the grey fog and that strange door of light. Oh, Klein can just see it all the time now. Oh, cool. But I don't know what that... bullying a kid. In the blink of an eye, the grey fog boiled. Wait, what? No, hold on. Apart from the palace that I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here. It's boundless and full of power of a high level. As he muttered, he sat down, raised his right hand, and gently lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire grey fog boiled. The mysterious space it carried quaked as beams of dark light emitted. Am I not? You are, Milos. You are my strongest soldier. When the light gathered, it condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back. As per Klein's will, it had the same level and power as an angel. It was majestic and sacred with an oppressive aura. Bro, what? Where did this angel come from? Devil, how's it going, man? Alright, yeah, we have plenty of mods now. Don't get me wrong, Devil's gonna do nothing, but he just, you know, Devil's presence alone is enough to help a lot, okay? There's no need to add the Black Emperor card, the Tyrant card, or the Red Priest card. There's no need to use the Sea God Scepter either. With my power alone, I can stir most of the powers of the Grey Fog to its fullest extent, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel is unable to respond to prayers or be maintained for too long. Bro, are you kidding? Klein? Damn, oh, it's just sad that he can't maintain it for long. How fucking cool would the Fool look with an angel just standing by his side at all times? Not doing anything, just 12 angel, just a 12-winged angel beside him. It's like, oh yeah, I'm that fucking guy, man. It can only exist in the Embrace form and within a few attacks, having some of the powers of the Domain of Miracles. Indeed, being able to revive is a gift of the Sephira Castle. As for how many times I can be revived, I can't come to a conclusion right now. If I can obtain a Grade 0 sealed artifact and use its level to observe it, I should be able to see it more clearly. I'll just treat it as one more time. It's not a bad thing to err on the side of being cautious. This reminds me to be careful and cautious. This is the way Beyonders of the Seer pathway survive. Unfortunately, this miracle can only be used for myself for now. Yes, at most, in order to truly possess and control this grey fog, I must become an angel or even a Sequence 1. It lives up to its name as Sephira Castle. As for the strange door of light, its requirements are even higher. It's impossible to tell if there are any hidden dangers at the moment. Its requirements are higher than a Sequence, so Klein can only enter there once he becomes a god? Are you kidding? Mods, can you take the slow-mo down from 15 seconds to make it 5 seconds? Or... I feel like 15 is too long, no? What's the meaning of the existence of Sephira Castle baiting transmigrators to revive the original creator? With a flick of his right hand, the holy and powerful angel dissipated in midair. The entire Sephira Castle calmed down. Following that, bro, imagine someone, what do you call it? Audrey's like, Mr. Fool, I have to go to a special mission. I truly hope you could give me the assistance of your angel. And Klein goes, and an angel just pops up right beside him, and he goes, no problem. You're like, yeah, mods aren't affected by slow mode. As he stared at the transparent cocoon, no, hold on. Following that, Klein stood up and took a step towards the grayish-white cloud in midair. He stood in front of the strange door of light formed from countless spherical lights. The door of light was tainted with some bluish-black color. Each spherical light's essence was a transparent and translucent worm that formed into a ball. As he stared at the transparent cocoons hanging by the black threads, Klein extended his right hand and slowly reached out to the door of light in an attempt to touch it. An inch, 2, 3. His hand finally touched the edge of the door of light, but it passed right through, as if it was an illusion. However, compared to the previous attempts, the illusory door of light was clearly a little stickier, as though it was about to turn corporeal. An item that represents the essence of Sephira Castle? After pondering, Klein returned to the gray fog, to the ancient palace in the gray fog. So it seems like this door of light, I think Klein mentioned this, is like, seems to be the essence of the castle, whereas the space that Klein is currently sitting in is like the outer edge of it, basically. So, like, you're telling me Klein, once he enters that door of light, is gonna become, like, exponentially stronger? You're, like, taking the fucking piss here. Without any delay, he left the world above the gray fog and began experimenting with his powers. I first have to get an honorific name. A prayer response range for sequence 3 is a region. This range is different depending on the authority that one wields. Clearly, a Sea King's range is relatively far-reaching. Therefore, this honorific name of mine also has its limits. The protector of all the poor children in Backland? That feels weird. Why does that feel weird? That's so amazing! Someone has to be the... Oh my god! Hold on, let me cook. If Klein gets an honorific name like this, like the protector of, like, the protector of the poor, the protector of the downtrodden, something like this, couldn't he in time make his own church? Oh, that would be so cool. Yes, other people might have a limitation, but it's not necessarily the case for me. I can use the Blessed of the Spirit World and Sephira Castle as a replacement. Guardian of the bathrooms. Protector of those with diarrhea. I should be the one who is blessed in both regions. It's unique enough. This way, as long as someone is in the city or the same district as me, they can use this name to pray to me. He has a club. Well, Afterlease, that's like asking, oh, well, you know, the Evernight Goddess already had the rose, what the fuck was that? Oh my god, what was that fucking piece of shit called? It already had that club. Why did she make her own church? And it's like, well, because it's always nice to have more. Rose Redemption, yes, thank you, McSeely. Thank you, Nightwalker. There's nothing I can do if we're not in the same area. I can't possibly do the same as throwing the Sea God Scepter above the Grey Fog, splitting a few worms of time to the world above the Grey Fog, and using Sephira Castle to respond to the whole world. Although I can't confirm the relationship between Sasrir and ASG, this is enough to remind me to be careful with my avatar and marionettes. Although it's not as simple as splitting a few worms of time, a large number of worms of spirit have to be left in Sephira Castle to achieve the desired effect. But I can't do that currently. Why not? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't currently do that? Step your shit up. Bro. We're almost an hour in and I've read like a chapter. This is gonna be a long fucking stream. Right, my mental state isn't too bad. I don't have a dissociative disorder, nor do I have the irresistible urge to become cold and terrifying. This means that the mark of the scholar viewer in history is his anchor. Also, the Emperor's situation worsened only after he became an angel, causing him to have no choice but to rely on his believers as an anchor to anchor himself in place. I'm still a huge level away. Huge! I need to figure out what else can be used as anchors apart from believers to ensure nothing else goes wrong. He wrote his first line of the honorific name, the Blessed of the Spirit World in Sephira Castle. I love how Klein isn't even trying to hide it anymore. He's like, yeah bitch, I have the Sephira Castle. Fucking bring it. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. After some thought, he began writing the second and third line based on his rich experience. The mystery stemming from ancient times, the witness of the extended history. Since the sequence 3 wasn't a true deity, he couldn't use a 3-line description, so he added 2 more lines. The protector of the drama and the protector of magic and drama performers, the great Gearman Sparrow. Oh, that is so good! Oh my god, that is so good! It's like, oh, do you need protection from the pirates? The great Gearman Sparrow is the one who shall bring you to the promised land. In fact, non-true deities could also use 3-line descriptions, but one of them had to rely on the level of a true god. For example, Klein could use the Blessed of the Evernight. Under such circumstances, it was essentially similar to a type of summoning incantation, not an honorific name for prayers, similar to that of messengers. If the messenger was a spirit world creature, the restriction of being a blessed of a particular deity was unnecessary. Therefore, it was often unknown what would be summoned, making it rather dangerous. Mr. World has an honor... Oh, I love how Mr. World is now gonna go into, No, wait... But then wouldn't that reveal Klein's secret to everyone? I mean, I guess most members of the Tarot Club don't know Sephira Castle, but they will as soon as... Like, as soon as Leonard hears Gearman's name, he would probably tell the old man. The old man would say Sephira Castle, that's the Fool, and then he would make the connection that the Fool and the world is the same. Wait, it said Blessed? I thought it said Owner. Oh, the Blessed of the Spirit World in Sephira Castle. Oh, yes, that'll work. Oh, I see. Okay. After repeatedly deliberating, Klein controlled his marionettes Inuni and recited the honorific name in Hermes. After a few seconds, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this name? Klein deliberated a few times and came up with an idea. I might not be the only Blessed of the Spirit World in Sephira Castle. The Hounds of Fulgrim also count. I have to add a limitation. After some modification, Inuni once again recited, the Blessed of the Spirit World in Sephira Castle. The mystery stemming from ancient times, the witness of the extended history, protector of Backland, magic and drama performers, the great Gearman Sparrow. I pray for your blessings. I hope you can light up the darkness in front of me. That is hard as fuck. He's like, Lord, bring thy light in my moment of darkness. And Gearman is like, Yes, my true believer. Oh my god, goated. Just as Inuni's voice faded, Klein heard the prayer. Furthermore, it was only heard by a few worms of spirits. It didn't affect his actual body. This is very different from the prayers coming from Sephira Castle. It's clear. With a thought, his worm of spirit gave a response based on the rules he had set ahead of time. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of Inuni. It floated in midair, illuminating the entire room. That's crazy. Just like a small part of Klein is able to answer the whole fucking thing? That's insanity. So Klein doesn't even have to consciously, like, he would just be passed out sleeping, and like a couple of worms of spirits will just answer prayers. That's amazing. Not bad. If I have to use Hermes to pray, I have to set up a ritual and draw symbols. As for the essential oils and herbs, it doesn't matter if they're provided or not. If I am someone who will be pleased by these things, the symbols are formed from the scrolls representing history, the complete eye that represents witness, and the lines symbolizing change. For the time being, Klein had no intention of spreading his honorific name. Why not? After all, letting others know that Gehrman had reached Sequence 3 would be a case of him losing a trump card. Fair. Furthermore, he always had an alternate identity as the Sea God and the Fool. There was no need for a new honorific name. So wait, I'm so curious. Can Klein temporarily increase the powers of others as well? So can Klein temporarily bring back the power of Azek from history and give it to the current Azek for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever? With a snap of his fingers, he lit the paper of the honorific name of Gehrman on a table. A scholar of yore also has the means to create a gray fog to lower the temperature. But it's not a core power. Next, I have to summon a projection from the historical void, who should be my first volunteer. He half closed his eyes and allowed his godhood to use a portion of his spirit to enter the grey fog and roam amidst history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, he instantly arrived in front of a spot of light. There was a spacious and bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows and a spot of light. In a room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden lines was standing by the window, looking at the place where the sun was setting. He looked to be in his 30s, with long, chestnut curly hair, blue eyes, high nose bridge, and thin lips. He had a neat mustache and looked rather good. Roselle? Gustav. We get to talk to Roselle! Even if only for like 10 minutes! In a street in the North Borough, a thin-faced young man with a wide forehead and a monocle was sitting at a coffee shop by the side of the road. Oh, actually, that reminds me, I'm not wearing my shit today. I'm super not dripped up. Hold on. Ending of Volume 5. This definitely requires me to have that shit on, you know what I'm talking about? Ow. I have a big head, okay, don't judge me. And now that Amon is here, we might as well also put the fucking monocle on. Hold on. See? If you're not a regular viewer, this is what you're missing. You're missing me putting on Amon's monocle. Big nose, not a big head. You a bitch, Samo. You are a bitch, bro. Count your fucking days. This is what you're missing. Just want you to know that. In a street in the North Borough, a man wearing a monocle was sitting in a coffee shop by the side of the road. He held a fountain pen and thought seriously. He raised his other hand and pinched his monocle as he wrote down, "The Blessed of the Spirit World in Sephira Castle." Then the fountain pen stopped moving, as though he had not thought of what to write next. Did he steal the thought from, like, Inuni's head? What the fuck? How did he know that? That dude... Bro, Justin, that's so mean. In a rented 2-bedroom... Bro, I love how Ramiro probably left and I was normal, and he comes back and I'm wearing the Amon monocle. He's like, what the fuck happened here? Sequence 7 is cryptologist. Oh, cryptologist. Oh. In a rented two-bedroom apartment in the East Borough, Klein took out his pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Merrick to meet at an uninhabited house tonight. Tanab, how's it going, man? After some thought, he raised his right hand and grabbed the space in front of him. A simple, ancient brass key appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. It allowed one to hear Mr. Door's ravings on the night of a full moon. Now, by summoning it from the historical void, it could be used for 10 minutes. Imagine how many sequence 7... Dude, I don't even... Like, 800? I don't even know what McSeely... Like, he probably has like a 80% of all of the sequence 7 characteristics on the market. Like, this motherfucker is so selfish, bro. To a scholar of yore, anything they once possessed, regardless of if it was eventually sold, lost, destroyed, or given away, it can never truly be considered lost. They just exist alongside the scholar of yore in a different form of companionship. Looking at the master key in hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. Sees he can summon things, not just images. Oh, true, he can summon things. Oh, so he can summon like an actual angel to fight for him. Bye, Zemin! I don't think I've seen you here before, man. How you doing? Thanks for popping by. Oh, the rest 20% are just bait. True. To a scholar of yore, anything that... nope, already read that. With this item, he could grasp the corresponding ritual and directly speak to Mr. Door as well. After putting away the master key, he put on the double-breasted frock coat and the silk top hat, and picked up the golden cane and walked out of the room. Wait, now am I losing it? Or could Klein not get that thing from Sharon, even if just for a moment? And the item that makes like the red moon or the blood moon or whatever? Use that, and then he can summon that and the key, and then speak to Mr. Door whenever he wants. Oh, shit. Mr. Loki, how's it going? If Klein wanted to be sheer asshole, you know what he could also do? Klein wouldn't do this because he's a better person than me. But you know what Klein could do? Klein could summon, summon like a really cool like he could summon the Sea God Scepter from the historical void, sell it really quickly, and then dip out. Okay, sell it for like 10,000 fucking pounds, dip out, and then it just disappears in the guy's hands. Klein wouldn't do that, but I totally would. Actual scammer, bro. Bro, I put on the Amon monocle and I immediately go to scamming. This is man, this monocle is actual fucking corruption. What the fuck? Sell it to the church's storm. He can just summon the money. Yeah, but... Oh, and then use it to buy things, and then once the guy puts it in his vault, it just disappears. Oh, true. Oh, true. Manish, that's so clever. Manish? No, I think I've seen that name before, I think. Oh, true. Oh, that's so based. Dude, I totally would wear this for the entire stream, but it hurts my nose like a motherfucker. Dyed light. I don't know who you're talking about. This is Unk. What do you mean? Backland, Eastbur, and immediately ski. Yeah, McSeely. Dude, fuck you, Samuel, you piece of shit. Backland, Eastborough, 7 Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his question. Old man. He can sell... Jesus Christ, DSV. Dr. Z, how's it going? Old man, what is the Sephira Castle? The place where you meet every Monday is most likely Sephira Castle. Oh my god, he knows. I know, we're so close to, look, Mr. Loki, we're so close to 100, and we haven't even been live for an hour. It's crazy. By the way, my hair's a fucking mess today. Jesus Christ. After I took a shower, I just didn't do shit. Leonard never expected to hear such a thing. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and confused, mixed together with the thoughts of it being impossible for it to pop out of nowhere and the poignant feelings of how complicated things were. What kind of place is Sephira Castle? Actually, even I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. It's different from the creation myth you know. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities: kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. Sephira Castle was one of them. That fantastic for me. Did you try stretching the metal that goes on your nose, not mocking it? Real question. No, I did not, Sama. Ow. I don't think it's meant to be bent. Okay. Okay, Amon's gone. I'm taking this shit off. It's hurting my fucking nose so much. I'll put it on when Amon comes back. I don't have a big nose. You guys are so mean. It might actually not be a castle, but be something else. As for what it is, you may know better than me. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it and establish a connection with it. Dr. Z, it was so cool. His powers are so big. 600 marionettes is like the most insane thing ever. What? I thought fucking Zaratul would have 500. My great-grandfather mentioned a theory that the 9 entities may have something to do with the Sephiroth as recorded on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, he was unable to decipher the details related to Sephiroth. What the fuck is a Sephiroth? Old man, do you suspect that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of a Sephira? Perhaps, Pala Zoroast replied after a long silence. Under the strict curfew of night, there were almost no pedestrians on the street of Backland. Occasionally, there would be carriages passing by. After arriving at the agreed-upon house, Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He half-closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at something in front of him. He pulled out another Sherlock Moriarty, wearing a double black-breasted frock coat and a silk top hat, while holding a golden inlaid cane. This was the image of him from the historical void when he left his residence earlier. Yeah, Milos, yes, that is Sephiroth, yes. Isn't that the FF7? Sephiroth is the plural for Sephira? Oh, I see. Thank you, McSeely. Uniqueness is unique? Yeah, fuck you, dude. Wait, hold on. According to his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the mysticism principle of a unique shared consciousness in time. To put it simply, everyone was unique. If one's true spirit body remained sentient, the projection wouldn't remain sentient. It was at the same time when summoning projections of the deceased from the historical void. As a result, Klein suspected it to be attributed to his insufficient level. Holy fuck, I'm having a stroke. In short, his projections could only engage in more mechanical and instinctive battles. Something that was unknown to the scholar of yore had prevented him from giving the corresponding answer even if he experienced it for themselves. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. Those fragments of a scholar of yore that he could see in the historical fog was something he had learned earlier in life and studied. Simply put, the fog needed a scholar of yore to light it up, bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter had been mostly lit up, the rest would very likely be presented naturally. So wait, Klein might be able to have a chat with Roselle now, right? Because, like, he saw him, and if he saw him, he might be able to summon him. And if he's able to summon him, he might be able to talk to him. Oh. He can, like, ask him so much stuff, like, hey, are you still alive somewhere? Where are you? You're not alive. Okay, no problem. How do I stop this fucking ritual? Like, so much stuff. Talk to, At least the... Of course, Klein also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter... Oh, nope, already read that. At least the corresponding ability won't be lost just because I don't understand it well. As long as there's the projection of the historical void, that state will be a complete snapshot. That's enough. Klein looked at the projection that could only act on instinct, and the body suddenly vanished, entering the grey fog once again. Since the Hounds of Fulgrim weren't full scholars of yore, could live in the historical void, there was no need that a true scholar couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, the marionettes in real life would definitely die. However, this would only change the form of companionship it had with a scholar of yore. I love how it's like, oh, you died? No problem. I'll just summon you when I need you then. Yo man, how's it going, man? As Klein's body entered the grey fog, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the projection. Did you see the cute dog? Wait, what? Oh, the Hounds of Fulgrim? Yes. He raised his hand and pressed down his top hat while wearing the face of Sherlock. As Klein's body entered the grey fog, his consciousness came alive in the projection. He raised his hands and pressed down his top hat, wearing the face of Sherlock Moriarty. He came outside of the house. Following the agreement, he took out the master key and placed it against the lock, turning it gently. His figure appeared in the room. Under the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed the surroundings. The sofas, cupboards, high-backed chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were evidently old. They seemed to come from a previous century. In the dark environment, a gothic regal dress and a matching bonnet, Sharon suddenly appeared on a high-backed chair. Dude, I love how Klein at one time was so much weaker than Sharon. Because wasn't Klein like a sequence 8 and Sharon was a sequence 5 when she was his bodyguard? And now she's 4 and he's 3. And an 80% digested 3. Like, this motherfucker is like... Oh my god. Oh, his fucking... Dude, and it's not like Sharon's exactly like a slowpoke. Like, she's progressing well too. But Klein is just off another fucking universe. Good evening, this puppet lady nodded. If she hadn't spoken, she would be a classic and most exquisite doll. At the same time, Merrick, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, also phased into existence. Sir, it's already winter. Aren't you cold just wearing this? Ah, right, you're dead. One who isn't afraid of the cold. After lampooning, Klein took off his hat and bowed. Good evening, Miss Sharon. He then turned around and said to Merrick, good evening. To this, wait, Dr. Z, you just have to wait a couple more years. Once we can publicly get dire wolves, we're so in business, Dr. Z. Bro, can you imagine having a dire wolf as a fucking puppy? Someone like breaks into their house and there's just a full-grown fucking wolf, pure fucking white as snow fucking wolf just staring at him. He's like, motherfucker, take another stab. You're like, that guy's like, no, you know what, I'm good. To this wraith, who was formerly a zombie, the deepest impression Klein had on him was the card game with the zombies he controlled. We should play cards when we have the time, Klein sighed. Jon Snow energy intensifies. I like to think myself as Rob. I am the young wolf. Okay, that's what I prefer him over John every time. The reason why he suddenly thought of cards was because he had previously analyzed the combat style of a scholar of yore, and realized that if he were to encounter Zaratul, both sides would likely end up playing a card game. You throw a Consul Roselle card, I'll throw an Emperor Roselle card. You throw a Bernadette card, I'll throw a Benoit. What is a Benoit? If you throw a half-fool card, I'll match it with a Mon. What the fuck? The one that lost everything because he couldn't... You know what, Ramiro? A man does foolish things for love, okay? God, a man does foolish things for love. Shut up. I didn't expect that the battle between a seer would one day become playing cards. It's a realistic, abnormally harrowing game of cards, but Zaratul is a Sequence 1 angel. Wait, Dr. Z, have you seen Game of Thrones? he wouldn't give me the chance to play cards. Besides, my success rate at summoning important historical figures is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at Sharon and said, I recently need to do something. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to collect Beyonder blood from the 22 pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, I can only ask for you and Merrick for help. You should be skilled at hexes, and should have a way to remove the connection between your blood and yourself. Bro, I didn't summon anything, Pushkar! These guys ruined it. I just said I'd like to think of myself as Rob, the young wolf, okay? That's all I said. That's a character that gets introduced episode 1, okay? Fuck you. That's not a spoiler. These guys spoiled. I didn't do shit. In fact, he could have just attempted to summon Admiral of Blood Senor on the spot and mix his blood into the porcelain jar, but he didn't know if it would be effective, nor could he divine it. After all, this involved a level that exceeded a sequence 1, and he lacked plenty of information. The only thing he could confirm was that the drawing that symbol didn't bring him and the suppliers any damage. Due to the fact that a scholar of yore had many means at their disposal, he even tried to summon the former witch Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Grizel's travel, but it was useless. Milos, what did I spoil, motherfucker? Tell me, what did I spoil? After some thought, Klein believed that a logical contradiction in the timeline had appeared, preventing him from success. Bro, imagine how fucking broken that would be, though. If Klein could summon, like, the former Zaratul, who's like a sequence 7, summon him, take some of his blood, put him in Grizel's travel, and then just be like, ah, get fucked, loser. That blood formerly provided by Trissy of the past, that Grizel's travel would pull in would definitely be the former Trissy, so it was equivalent to changing history. Since history— you are a bitch, Milosh. Since history couldn't be changed, the experiment failed. After listening to Sherlock's request, Sharon said, okay, how much do you want? Miss Sharon's reaction is exactly what I thought. 1 tube would suffice. Sharon raised her right hand slightly. The glass tube seemed to possess a life of its own as it flew from Klein's palm over to Sharon. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her nails grew long and unusually sharp. With just a light stroke, a wound opened up at her wrist, blood seeping out, but it didn't drip down. It floated up and entered the glass tube. I love how Sharon is like maximal aura farming. Like, she could just let it drip into the jar, but she's like, no, I control everything. By the time the tube was filled, Sharon's wound had instantly healed, leaving no scar behind. The stopper jumped into the tube and spun a few times to seal the tube. During the process, Sharon wore an impassive expression, as if she had expressed all the feelings in her heart. Oh, because it's because she's a puppet, she's not supposed to have emotions. Okay. From looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out with her left hand and touched it, slowly sliding it from top to bottom. This was done to remove her connection to the blood. After doing all this, the blood tube leapt up back into Klein's hands. Is there anything else I can help you with? Sharon asked. No, not for now. Thank you. Klein shook his hand and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame quickly rose, enveloping the glass tube. By the time the redness dissipated, the blood was gone. This was a new change in flaming jump. He could transfer items on him to his marionette or body. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, that is so cool. So even items, he can... So like if one of his marionettes has like an item that's like super beneficial but has like a negative effect that he doesn't want to carry all time, the marionette can have it, and then mid-battle he could just have the thing and just have an extra power that that the other Beyonder wouldn't expect and just get fucking stun-locked by it. Oh, that's so based. Apart from this, all sorts of Beyonder powers from before had been enhanced and modified. Having used his new powers skillfully, he looked at Sharon and asked, how's the digestion of your puppet potion going? When he first met Sharon, he felt that she was like a doll. He believed that regardless of her nature, or it being a result of the Temperance faction, it would have been a form of prior acting that would have been a great help in the digestion of her potion. Not bad. I should be able to digest everything in a year or 2. A year or 2? Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's counted in years, but for me it's less than half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It was all arranged. Of course, if you count the time I was hung above the fog of the door of light, it would be counted in millennia. Miracle Invoker. If I can escape this fate, I may be able to create a miracle. Klein nodded. Dude. A year or two? And Klein was able to do it in like 6 months? Fucking skill issue. Nah, I'm just kidding. We love you, Miss Sharon. What are your plans for the time being? Sharon said, I hope to restore a teacher's body. Merrick, who was sitting side by side, said, but didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, is in Backland and is closely related to the Rose School of Thought? Yes. Wait patiently. There will be a time. This was actually a form of consolation. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and found many helpers, he had no intention of dealing with Zaratul right now. Wes, how's it going, man? Long time no see. A sequence 1 in full would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the more he exposed himself to the path of the seer, the more Klein could understand how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zaratul. After stopping George III's apotheosis, Klein planned on leaving Backland and giving himself more time to grow. Westeros. Dude. Imagine once Klein Miracle Invoker. What would be the ritual for a Miracle Invoker, you think? You think it would be some bullshit like you need to escape from the brink of death and then immediately drink the potion or something? But I feel like that'd be too easy. Sequence 1 is... I can't even imagine how many fucking... marionette Zaratul can make. It's gotta be like 10,000. My god. Okay. McSeely, 3rd chapter actually, but fuck you. Sonia C. Pasu Island, Chasm of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Lord of Storm, the holiest of the holy cathedrals. The murals that were painted in blue, silver, green, and golden colors seemed rough, but they had a sacred and majestic vibe to them. Coupled with a dome that stood at a height of excess of 100 meters, it made all who stood there feel puny. Alger had already undergone the ritual and had truly become a Sequence 5. At this moment, he had come here with the same batch of recently advanced Beyonders, awaiting the preaching of Pontiff Guard. Wait, you're kidding? But wouldn't that bring Alger to this, to the edge of losing control? Because, like, he hasn't fully digested the Ocean Songster potion. Indeed, it's really easy to lose control when consuming excess potion. I've already digested all the past potions, but I nearly succumbed this time. After I leave the island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from the sun and purge the excess characteristic. They can both be exchanged for money, and it can also be used to secretly nurture some Beyonders loyal to me. Alder used the reflection of the stone blue tiles on the ground to see that his hair had darkened and thickened. At this moment, the sound of booming musical instruments exploded in the heart of every Beyonder. The Pontiff Guard II walked out with a scepter in hand and said, "Congratulations to everyone! You are one step closer to the Lord." He was wearing a papal tiara with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On top of it was a silver and gold silk embroidered with symbols of lightning, storm, and oceans. This grounded angel, the spokesperson for the Lord of Storm, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s, but everyone knew that he had been heading the Council of Cardinals for nearly a century. As for the Blessed of the Gods, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of the believer. Upon hearing the Pontiff's praise, Alder didn't have any thoughts as he said, "Holy Lord of Storm!" In the next 15 minutes, they listened to guards preaching. After completing this process, Alder received his mission from the deacon. It was to head to Sonia Sea and lay an ambush in the surrounding waters, in search for the opportunities to attack the port or supply ships of Faysak's merchant ships. Or Mara, did he just time out Wes? Backland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family luxurious mansion. Just as Audrey put on her blue cloak in preparation to bring her golden retriever Susie and Annie to the others of the Bursary Foundation at Phelps Street, she saw her father, Earl Hall, enter through the main door. "Father, good morning. Did you not come home last night?" Audrey asked. "You could tell?" Earl Hall asked with a smile. "Your coat reeks of cigarettes, implying that you haven't taken it off for a while. Not to mention, that's an outdoor set of clothing." Apart from this, there were many other details that led to the same conclusion, but Audrey didn't bother mentioning them. Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet and chuckled. "Not bad. You are very observant. It looks like your work at the Foundation has greatly benefited you." "No, she's just a mid-sequence beyonder." Having said that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "The Winter County in the Mid-Seashire's front lines has once again repelled the physician's attack. With the onset of the harsh winter, we can finally catch our breaths." Audrey blinked. Earl Hall smiled. "I understand your puzzlement. The newspapers only mention what they want the people to know. The defense lines at the Amantha mountain range and the various cities along with Mid-Seashire's coast aren't as robust as you think. In the first round of attacks, our fleet and soldiers suffered tremendous loss. In order to not cause any panic, we announced that there were wins on both sides. We also made the large shipyards and factories work like mad to contribute to the war machine." Dr. Z, sequence 5 at this point. In this period of time, the two lines were almost breached several times. Many critical areas were lost and recovered. This was like a seesaw. Luckily, we've lasted to this point. The winter will be the turning point of the war. Actually, I know. The number of people who died, went missing, and the casualties might be concealed. But it still presents quite a number of problems. No, not sequence 5. Wait, what? Are you sure? I think she is Romero. Aha. Another win. Put it in the history books, boys. That's great. I hope we can restore peace quickly, Audrey said. Oh, good lord. His Majesty plans to give a speech to everyone in the kingdom on Saturday and tell them that we will prevail. Am I just shitting myself for, like, calling all these people into a When the time comes, the cities and villages will be gathered at their respective squares. The latest technology will be used to allow everyone to hear their speech. Isn't this what is gonna happen when he's gonna advance because he needs everyone concentrated? Audrey thought of the reminder that Mr. World had given her and decided to inform him. Organize a large number of people to listen to the speech? This must be the ritual, right? He's about to hold the Black Emperor ritual? Klein took out a pen and quickly wrote, I've gathered the Beyonder blood of the 22 pathways. I'm just short assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech for most of the kingdom's citizens this Saturday. You should know what this means. In addition, I need the ritual to communicate with Mr. Dorr. After folding the letter and getting Renette Heinker to send it out, Klein exhaled as he couldn't help but think. The demoness's blood shouldn't be a problem. Tracy seems very determined to foil the scheme. I can reveal something to Queen Mystic, that I'm about to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor, and she's unwilling to make an enemy of George III, the Emperor may not be able to return if George III succeeds. I'm waiting for the Chief of the City of Silver to return to provide the Devil's Blood. The hunting team that he had led has set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. There's no problem. If not, I'll use the two contingencies. First, use the Blatherer's aura to replace the blood. Second, summon the devils that I've encountered in the past and extract their blood. In a room in the Backland Bridge area that didn't look anything special, Trissy reached out and retrieved the letter from the mirror. She opened it and her brows gradually frowned. It's finally happening, Trissy thought. She smiled and muttered, I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I die this time, it won't be a total loss. After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out the glass tube from her black dress pocket. It wasn't her blood, but another demoness's. Her name was Sherman. Shermaine. Ah, shit. Shermaine is dead, yeah. Oof. As a qualified senior demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermaine's blood while nurturing her. After Shermaine's death, Trissy didn't abandon the blood, because there were many occasions that needed such materials, like now. City of Silver, in a particular residence, as the lightning frequency increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the stove, and grilled some mushroom bread. Oh, that's awesome! Wes, yes, I did watch episode 8 and 9 yesterday. Hey, good for him, he's actually getting some actual food. This bread was more exquisite and delicious than the original blackface grass. He loved it very much. He looked forward to eating it 3 times a day. The only problem was that the yield of the mushrooms that could make bread wasn't too high. Due to the limited number of monster corpses, every resident was only limited to 1 claim a week, enough for 4 or 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the areas around the City of Silver were relatively safe, with few monsters. Derek heard that someone had deliberately placed himself in darkness to hunt monsters for the nurturings of mushrooms. Then he was eaten. What a dude. Imagine being so down on your luck, you're like, bro, I'm willing to risk death to fucking get some more bread. You're like, listen, I don't care if I die, I need more bread, okay? Bread. These mushrooms made everyone feel optimistic. That's not good. Derek thought of the wistfulness that the chief, before the chief left, he picked up a jar and obtained from another city ruin and poured out some of the white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like milk, but it was described by Miss Justice as something that could help humans grow. That was enough to move him. Bro, he doesn't like milk? Oh, he might be... Oh my god! They shouldn't give him milk, I just realized! They haven't had milk in thousands of years. Everyone in the City of Silver is almost certainly highly lactose intolerant. They should definitely not be drinking the milk, no. With a serious expression, Derek drank today's milk rations. Just as he was about to get some mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said, "Derek, the chief wants me to give you this bottle of blood." The chief is back? Okay, thank you. Derek stood up. The moment he finished speaking, he saw the shadow in the gap come alive, pushing it out from a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil's blood that Mr. World wanted. They're all from the warrior pathway doesn't give you the intestines of gods. What the fuck do you think it does, Arthur? What? Milosh, do you think people with lactose intolerance don't have breast milk or like formula? What are you talking about? I have to assume that's a rhetorical question. Warrior in the bathroom too. Yeah, he's having a fucking fight with his toilet. Jesus. After removing the paper angel wrapping in the ceramic jar, Klein poured out the bottle of devil's blood in it and stirred it with a glass stick he conjured. Phew, I finally gathered everything. He looked up for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he'd still had enough time to prepare for the ceremony. Good short content? Oh, true. As for whether the assassin in Devil Blood had enough time to be rid of the connection of its original host, he wasn't concerned. He'd confirmed that the original owner of the 2 sets of blood were dead. Klein is the god of bathrooms, Derek will be fine. Do you think mushroom milk has lactate? I would assume so, Gilgamesh. He divined that the origins of the assassin blood to figure out if it was Trissy. If it did, he considered leaving some of it behind and smearing it on Gorzel's travel after everything was done. But he was disappointed, but not surprised, that it wasn't Trissy's blood. The Demoness pathway also has the Instigator sequence, requiring a high level of intelligence. The Instigator and Conspirer potion should have the effects of increasing one's intelligence. Otherwise, Danitz's future would be bleak. I love how he's like, Danitz is too stupid to be a fucking conspirer, bro. If it didn't give him the IQ boost, he'd be cooked. He then returned to the real world and began browsing the ritual that Trissy had provided. It was a ritual that could help him speak to Mr. Door, a total of 9 gems. This is so extravagant. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he had nearly £30,000 in liquid assets, £14,000 in cash, £15,000 in gold bars, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the gems, they were just too wasteful. After thinking for nearly 10 seconds, he decided to try and use the images from the historical void as stand-ins. Bro, he's such a cheap motherfucker, bro. He could just buy the how much would those 9 gems cost? Like less than £1,000? But he's such a cheap motherfucker. After all, he had no intentions of pleasing Mr. Door. Once the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Door couldn't do anything to him. If that doesn't work, I'll buy it at the jewelry store, Klein thought. I am so excited to talk to Mr. Door. I feel like Klein's gonna be the one guy who's able to ask him like really coherent questions. Weren't you thinking about scamming 15 minutes ago? Shut up, Hope. Who's asking? Maybe. He pulled out an ancient brass key from the air. This was the key to summon Mr. Door, the master key. After that, Klein grabbed at the air in front of him and solemnly pulled out the object from thin air. The item emitted a tranquil glow in the shape of a full moon. The Scarlet Lunar Corona! Let's go! That was the monocle's influence, truly, I apologize. It was a Scarlet Lunar Corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effects of a full moon. If you only wanted to hear what Mr. Door was shouting, this would have been sufficient. There was no need to hold any more ritual. But his goal was to speak to the King of Angels. After placing the Master Key and the Scarlet Lunar Corona on the altar, he recalled for a moment and reached out his right hand and pulling out a handful from thin air. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace made with studded diamonds and jadeite. I don't know what jadeite is. My experiences as Dwayne are rather useful and all. Otherwise, how would I have come into contact with so many female members of high society and dance with them, allowing me to see the accessory of different styles and materials? And without such close proximity for observation, how could I easily summon the corresponding images? This'll last 15 minutes. That's plenty, Klein sighed. Then he continued to extend his right hand and prepared to gather the 9 gems needed from the ladies and madams. In a second, he stopped. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 images. What the hell do I do? Swap this necklace and find an accessory that has at least 9 gems? Let me think. Have I seen anything like this? Yes, I can use Dream Divination to recall them. Is Dream Divination meant for stuff like this? Seer and Scholar of York are so compatible. Klein sat down and began to do some divination and realized something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void images. Is this a subtle warning? Looking at the Master Key and the Scarlet Lunar Corona, he waved his right hand gently, causing them to vanish. No, Milos, no more Mr. Door, please, I've seen too much. He then went above the grey fog and conjured a pen and paper and wrote, "Speaking to Mr. Door now is dangerous." This divination was clearly directed at Mr. Door. Klein was bound to suffer some kind of backlash. However, he believed he had already obtained the basic ownership over Sephira Castle, allowing him to use the power of an angel, so he believed that he could withstand Mr. Door. After all, he was exiled. He removed his spirit pendulum and did a divination. Without a sound, a shadow flashed across his mind. It seemed to completely screen his spiritual perception. He opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered. That's terrifying. Fucking EBS couldn't do that. Some divinations are more concealed after my initial grasp of Sephira Castle? It won't cause any accidents? Is it because my safety is involved in the matter that this happened, or the gap between me and Mr. Door has narrowed? Of course, this is referring to speaking to Mr. Door in a sealed state. The present results show that speaking to Mr. Door holds untenable dangers. Why though? After speaking, Klein leaned back and shook his head. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other areas. With the left hand pressed down, the topaz pendant instantly recovered. After all, it was only a projection. Because of the changes in the divination earlier, Klein made some connections, perhaps prying into the secrets of the twisted and translucent maggots on the peak of the Hornaces mountain range may not be as dangerous as before. It's highly likely to be a Sequence 1 angel of the indigenous family. So we know 2 Sequence 1s then of the Seer pathway, this one of the indigenous family and Zaratul. So there's probably a third though. Unless there's like a third characteristic that's waiting for a client. Or does Zaratul have 2 characteristics? It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned. If my prying can hold on for a long time, for a while, I can discern the formulas of the Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker, the Sequence 1 Attendance of Mystery. There's only one chance. I don't know what developments will happen when dealing with such a lunatic. I'll wait till I'm completely accustomed to the Scholar of Yore potion before making the attempt. After returning to the real world, Klein wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. He just sat down and considered what to do next. The so-called normal ones were meeting Queen Mystic to discuss the details of the cooperation, give Will Ossepton, Raynette Tynkar, Pala Zoroast some gifts, pray to the Evernight Goddess to increase the chances of summoning the ascetic Ariana's historical void image after familiarizing him with the core powers of Scholar of Yore. As for the abnormal ones, it was purely based on Klein's imagination. After some thought, Klein's expression turned solemn. He frowned and grabbed at thin air, but he didn't drag anything out. He did it another 10 times, all met with failure. He had no choice but to accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed purely by himself. He then took out a wallet and took out a paper crane and wrote, "Give me some luck, I'll give you some ice cream from the Sorenzo restaurant." Bro, he's fucking... he's bribing a Sequence 1 with ice cream. After folding the paper crane, he entered his room and laid down and fell asleep. In his hazy dream, he saw the silver snake forming a response. 5. No problem, Klein smiled. The next moment, he woke up and sat up and grabbed at thin air 10 times once again, met with complete failure. I can't do it even if I'm lucky? It's so hard. Klein subconsciously wanted to use his fingers to wrap the edge of the bed, but he restrained himself. It was a habit of the grey fog, not suitable to bring to the real world. After pacing back and forth from the table, he seriously considered all kinds of connections. Finally, he left the bedroom and went to the altar outside, which he had yet to tidy up. He brought an item back to the real world. It was an ancient book, Grozel's Travel. Hope, that feels like the most fair trade I've ever seen. You get ice cream, I get good luck. I get to win a lot of money at the casino. I have to use some of that money to bring you ice cream. Win-win. Slowly, Klein reached out his right hand. Failure. Another grab. Still a failure. After 5 consecutive grabs, Klein's actions became slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a glowing red stove. Suddenly, the muscles on his right hand tightened as he carefully pulled back. His right hand slowly retracted, slowly dragging out a rather dull, ancient-looking quill. Suddenly, Klein realized the history of the Second Epoch and fully digested the Sequence 3 formula potion. Oh, amazing. This came from the revival square of the southern continent, West Balam's northern state, right beside In Zongwil's corpse. 008 before Adam had picked it up. Coincidences. I'm so done with my gray fog. Coincidentally, Adam woke up feeling very depressed that day. And for no reason at all, for an inexplicable reason, he killed himself. Absolute cinema. I can only maintain it for about a minute or so. That's so short. A thought flashed through Klein's mind without thinking about anything else. Dr. Z, it will if you're lucky enough, you know? You get Will Ossepton to bless you with infinite luck, and then you have Adam and Amon kill themselves, and you're like, oh shit, we're good. Klein took 2 steps back. He put down Grozel's travel and quickly wrote with 008. George III plans to use this speech to bait out all his enemies who wants to sabotage his ritual. Furthermore, if everything goes smoothly and nothing happens, he'll take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to aim for divinity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, making it unsafe. Furthermore, he has made appropriate preparations for the ritual. They're already prepared to an adequate level. This is a reasonable development. After Klein wrote the final sentence, before he could check if there was anything wrong with the written content, the dim quill disappeared without a trace. And those few words seemed to drain off all energy, making him feel dizzy. This doesn't make sense. It wasn't exhausting for In Zongwil back then. It should be because I forcibly summoned it? I didn't dare to let 008 weave a story of its own. If I wrote on a piece of paper, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support it. As for Ince, he could get 008's cooperation, so it wasn't that draining. But how did he have 008's cooperation? Under normal circumstances, having no physical contact with 008 and merely meeting it once had made it impossible for him to summon the Grade Zero artifact. But on the other, he had the Snake of Fate's augmentation of his luck. On the other, he had Grozel's travel, the one item fated to meet with 008, an item made by Onkvault, and a connection. Good lord, it had a strong connection to 008. If it wasn't for some high-level existence's disruption, these two items would have long been reunited. Klein didn't know if this fate had particular connections that could increase the chance of successful summoning. He only wanted to give it a try, and he didn't stand to lose anything. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to use Grozel's travel to bear the contents of 008's projection. He didn't dare to let them come close, afraid something irreversible would happen. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accidents. After all, it's a mere projection. It's fake. Grozel's travel was conjured by Onkvault. It's also fake. A fake combination can't be real in any way. They lack the foundation of the Beyonder characteristics. Therefore, he began reading what he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III would be unsuccessful in his advancement and die. He believed that if he had interfered with the Sequence 1 angel, the projection of 008 wouldn't be so direct, so he had to be more tactful. Klein forgot negative times negative equals positive. Sorry, I'm just thinking of good music to put on right now. Oh, that's gonna be copyrighted as fuck. Nope. Furthermore, there was also the psychology alchemists and Adam. Overly obvious effects would definitely be detected and made use of. I hope it works. After staring for a while, he folded the piece of paper and stuffed it back into his pocket. He then sacrificed Gruzel's travel back above the Great Fog. Yes, Ramiro, it was. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he would head out to buy some ice cream for Will. Backlund has Zaratul. It's very likely Amon is here. If I head out too frequently, we might run into each other. It's dangerous. Why don't I just summon some ice cream from Will Ossept and from the Historical Void? It's real when eaten, but it'll disappear in 15 minutes. So there's no need to worry about gaining weight. It's fantastic. That's such a great point. You could just eat like burgers, bro. Dieting for a scholar of yore would be so easy. You just eat burgers and then you just have it disappear from your stomach later. That's amazing. Backlund has In the end, he decided to change his clothes and leave his house because he had to keep his promise. Look, we're on, bro, this is like a normal speed. What are you guys on? 89012, 5 chapters in an hour 40. That's like normal speed. What are you guys on? Saturday morning, the sky was gray and misty. This was common scene from Backlund's deep winter. Although the smog wasn't as thick and pungent as last year, the geographical environment and climate characteristics had determined that such an environment would definitely exist for a long time. After putting on the black hat and covering her knees and with a black veil, Melissa walked to the door. Benson held his hat and shook his head. A young girl who isn't even 20 should be dressed like a teenager. You look so mature and old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother. The price of a pound of bread has risen by nearly 1/4 pence. This price, Benson tisked. He then took out a silver pocket watch covered in vine leaf patterns and snapped it open. Let's go. There's still a long way to the municipal square. Don't go. No, Klein's gonna succeed, it's fine. Good morning, Mrs. Daniel. After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw the neighbor leaving as well. He was good at chatting and had established good relationships with his neighbors. The lady was named Mrs. Daniel, wore a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. She said, "Good morning, the two of you." I know, Dr. Z. That is so fucking cooked. She didn't make any small talk. She coldly walked away. As he watched her back, Benson said, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel?" "I've been too busy recently, so I haven't visited the neighbors." Mrs. Daniel's oldest son was confirmed to have died on the front lines of the Amantha mountain range yesterday, Melissa said. Expecting the volume ending to be like a 8 or 9 Nagito. I think this will be a good one, because I don't think this is gonna be any kind of conclusion. I don't think the whole George III saga ends here. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like it takes longer. I feel like it'd be crazy for Klein to fucking stop a god on such short notice. That'd be insane to me. But, That tall, bashful, but thoughtful, kind young man? Benson asked. Yeah. I can't imagine that Larry would die just like that, Melissa nodded. Just like how she couldn't imagine the tragic deaths of her classmates. In just a few seconds, some people could no longer speak or communicate. Benson sighed. I've been busy recently. Actually, I've been dealing with bereavement pay, but perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry. So I'm not sure. There's a lot of information on that list. Some are cheerful, others are humorous, others are are the only child within some family. Some are determined, while others are the leaders of soldiers around them. Some got married, and some are childless. Some are preparing presents for the youngest daughters, while others had love letters with them. But now, they're all dead. When we were almost at the intersection, Melissa looked and said, "What do you think His Majesty will be talking about today?" "Perhaps it's a form of musters, or perhaps it's a way to convey faith," Benson said. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you have some snarky remarks? It should wait till the speech is heard and the specific content is understood. The basic principle of being a person is not to make contents of things one doesn't know about. Otherwise, we're no better than baboons." He then saw another neighbor. This party's hair was white, and his face was half covered with scars. "Mr. Thomas's dressing is so strange. Does he still need to do something else?" Benson asked. Melissa replied in a low voice. "Mrs. Thomas is sick, and they had spent quite a bit of their savings. Recently, with the food prices sharply increasing, Mr. Thomas's income remains the same, so he has to queue up at the soup kitchen every few days to get some bread. He's a good man, so he probably doesn't want others to recognize him." Milos, stop! What a fucking callback! Oh, wow! Benson nodded. What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas? I know a few good doctors." "A disease caused by anxiety. Mrs. Thomas is so worried about her youngest son serving in the army." "Thomas Jr.? "Thomas Jr. is already dead." Fuck. Melissa didn't respond, but her expression was dazed. They walked forward slightly, as though they were relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of him. These people were either dressed in formal attire or holding canes, dressed as gentlemen, or others were dressed in blue, green, yellow, and red color skirts. They came out of their houses and from their streets they were on, like water droplets splashing upwards. They merged together at the intersection, forming a tiny stream. The stream surged forward, combining with the other tributaries, and flowed into the square's entrance, interweaving like a majestic torrent. The torrent slowly surged forward, flooding the square. Amidst this torrent, Melissa was like a tiny, puny water droplet. Plus all the stuff like new warships. What does new warships have to do with Ramiro? Was it just preparing for the war, basically? The torrents of the time. My god, that is so good. New order at sequence. Listen, I got there by like the dumbest fucking way, but I did have that same conclusion, okay? I got this back in volume 2. I am fucking goated. New order at sea. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, give me one quick second. I'm just gonna grab something to eat really quickly. I'll be back in 1 second. And then we're gonna finish out the ending of Volume 5, boys. Alright, give me 1 second. Oh, come on, Samuel. It wasn't that bad. It was gone for like 2 minutes, I think. I don't know. Maybe a little bit longer. Alright, he lives. Did Wiz encounter? Yes, I got stuck in the historical void for a solid 3 minutes. You guys are fucking such dicks, dude. I made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. 6 minutes? Really? Wait, seriously? No, I guess that makes sense. Yes, about 6.5 minutes. Yeah, you guys are fair. Okay, never mind. Your chat sounds like a puppy. They have some They have some deep-seated abandonment issues. I don't know why, but the 6th epoch started and ended. I've never eaten peanut butter. Oh, I love peanut butter, bro. How does it take to make... Bro, it's sound. You have to go to... Fuck you. It's fine. Okay. 11:44. Narrowly. Smooth. Gilgamesh. Okay. Due to the fact that they had arrived early, the seats that Melissa and Benson could choose from weren't too bad. They could directly see something strange on the grayish-white stone pillar in the middle of the square. Its two heads dramatically differed in size, and they were painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some kind of cables. Seriously? Most of you guys don't like peanut butter? What the fuck? At the bottom of the foot of the object was a troop of soldiers in red and white pants. They were carrying grayish-white metal backpacks as well as complicated structures and small caliber rifles. As more and more citizens gathered, the square began to bustle with activity. As more and more citizens gathered, the square... Nope, already read that. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar produced sizzling sounds. Finally, it changed into a deep and thick voice. Rare Dr. ZL. I hate peanut butter. It doesn't taste good and it's too dry. It is a little dry, Dr. Z. That's why you generally don't want to just have like peanut butter on bread, because it'll be so fucking dry. That's probably fair, Smokey. Dr. Z, you're not possibly saying that, right? Oh, Game of Thrones. Oh, Game of Thrones. Okay, never mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I am your emperor, ruler of Lone, East Balam, and Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. By the way, can I just say, having the same name is so cool, except for the second person. The first person is like George Augustus, based. Second guy has to be George Augustus Jr. That's, oh, you have to, the second guy just has to eat it. And then from then on, it's cool. It's like George Augustus the third, the fourth, the seventh. That sounds cool. But the second just has to be Junior, and that just sucks. The second guy just has to eat it. At Memorial Square in Westboro, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and elder brother near the platform. She looked at the king in his formal attire and listened to the speech. Pushcart, it can't be the second. The second doesn't work. It has to be Junior, and then it can be the third and onwards. As she knew in advance what George would be focusing on today, and the mood that would be created, Audrey didn't wear anything she was fond of, be it the colors or style. They were nothing a girl would wear. It was the same as the Earl's wife, Caitlin. The dress was simple and conservative, black in color. I'm very happy, but we also feel very heavy-hearted to tell everyone that we finally stopped the first stage of the physician's attack. We foiled their plans of annihilating Lone within 3 months. What about Queen Elizabeth II? That is only the case because she's Queen Hope. So, like, the logic would be, like, as when she was, like, a princess, she would be Junior, but... Mr.? But, what do you call it? Good lord. But when she becomes queen, you're not going to call a queen or a king junior. That would just be fucking stupid. So then it becomes a little different. But... I think we were at like 76 or something before I left Nagato. We're fine. It was a calling of the week. It's fine. But many outstanding young men have already died at the front lines and died in this war. They had a better future in front of them. They should have accompanied their parents in growing up, aging together with their spouses and allowing their children to grow up in a loving environment. The physicians have destroyed everything. Knowing why this war started, Audrey was incited by the king's speech. She only felt he had a talent in inciting drama. She heard slight sobbing coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sadness rising bit by bit. The king's speech was very fake, but the sorrow of the people was real. In particular, Audrey had seen many family members who had been killed, having helped those who had lost children, husbands, and fathers overnight. This is a great resonance of emotions, the best place to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she was unable to make use of it, since she had not digested her Dreamwalker potion. She slowly took a deep breath and controlled her emotions. She shifted her gaze from King George III. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he's going to exploit this. Mr. Peanut Butter goes well with a lot of sweet things. Rare Audrey L? Why is it an L for Audrey? What do you mean? I hope it won't lead to a serious incident. That thing called a radio broadcast is based on the principles of wireless radio transmission. Mr. World mentioned that certain factions at sea have already put such technology to use. Compared to the sea, which is constantly affected by storms, something like this is clearly more suitable for use on land. As the thoughts flashed through her mind, the stern and old-fashioned George III finished the first part of his speech and said, "Let us mourn our heroes here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's recite this together. With me in your hearts." With me? What an asshat, dude. With me in your hearts. He's like, listen, you know your like dead family? Throw them. Don't worry about them. With me in your heart. Not your husband who died. Fuck him. With me in your heart, recite this. Like, oh, dude, what an asshat. The saying, it would be like, hey, with your loved ones in mind, recite this, and like, what a fucking dickhead. In the name of Emperor George III, Emperor, because not King, because Emperor, because Black Emperor, he needs to. I wish for the dead heroes to be at peace. I hope they will become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in. This sentence carried an indescribable sense of dignity, making everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads, clasp their hands, and recite, "In the name of Emperor George III." Caramel sauce? No, I don't think I have Nagito. In the name of Emperor George III. On the other side of the square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and an ordinary face, stood there and prayed with the crowd around him. After 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move in an attempt to find a sign that the king was about to quietly leave or enter the mausoleum to consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, the "In the name of George III" segment was core to the entire Black Emperor ritual. If one were to consume the potion, it would definitely happen at this moment, or within 2 or 3 minutes of the collective mourning. George III is also silently mourning. He isn't doing anything. What if this is the fake one? What if the real one is like in the mausoleum already? What are you thinking, Klein? Tears streamed down many people's faces as the mourning gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes, one after another. At this moment, George III didn't do anything. He continued speaking. "We've already endured through the most difficult part. We will definitely defeat this evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier on the front lines. The power of every factory worker. The arrangement by 008 wasn't successful. George has no intention of becoming a god today. He's just trying to bait any enemies who wants to destroy his rituals. In any case, he can still give many speeches like this in the future. Okay, I said that this is not going to be this is not when this situation gets figured out. I said that because, like, even someone like Klein needs more time to stop the descent of a deity. Like, what the fuck? Can't just he can't just do that in 3 days. What the hell is going on with peanut butter? We're discussing if it's good or bad. Any opinions, Mr. Fool? $11.45. No, not what? It's not 11:45. What am I on? In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with the Noonie, who was hiding in the sewers. Following that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. With the help of the Crimson Star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the square. He was already a Sequence 3 Beyonder, so there was no need for him to use the Sea God Scepter to widen his FOV. Of course, compared to a Scholar of Yore, a Sea King's true vision was much larger. The moment his gaze landed on the stage where King George III was giving the speech, his gaze froze. There was no one there, or rather, only a phantom. Call that too, baby! Although at this point, I'm having my cake and I'm eating it too, because I had like 2 contradictory theories. They both somehow came true, and I'm taking both of the credits. So at this point, this is bullshit. Assuming you are right and Klein won't stop George III this volume, which may or may not be true, how much prep time do you think Klein needs to stop him? I think like a month and a half. Before the speech, Klein was wary of this problem. He had especially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. Who knew that within a few minutes, the real would become the imaginary? In the midst of his silence, he used the Black Emperor pathway's power to distort and silently swap himself with a substitute? He must have already entered the secret mausoleum and is consuming the potion. With a thought, he quickly checked the surrounding area and discovered there was something abnormal beneath the platform, boundless black energy emanating from within. He picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the bronze table and tried sensing it. Using the law of convergence of characteristics, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. Impressive. While using the speech to bait the enemy, he disguised himself as a fake person and secretly consumed the potion. There's not much time left. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately returned to the real world and recited in Jotun, the sacred power that pursues knowledge, the mysterious world lighthouse. Eyes that pry into fate. Lag? No lag. I don't think so. Eyes that pry into fate, the royalty above the sea, the holy and pure Bernadette Gustave. This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic. Yeah, I promise I figured that out. But it was somewhat different from a normal Sequence 3's. Its range was rather large and effective all across Backland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that the eldest daughter of Roselle used this Grade 0 artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told her honorific name to anyone, afraid that some enemies would use the prayer and automatic response property to lock onto her before she became an angel. This was similar to what Klein had thought of. Klein had come to an agreement with her. As long as he recited her name, she would choose any secret mausoleum, open the door with the symbol drawn in blood, and attempt to destroy it. I love how the compromise they came up with is Klein calls Bernadette, and Bernadette's response is, so anyway, I start blasting. Well, fuck it. Both of them didn't have any hopes of succeeding because the guards in the mausoleum would definitely chant the honorific name of the angel every once in a while, causing the situation to allow them to see the corresponding areas. Once they discovered something amiss, they would immediately rush over. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if one of those angels were to arrive slowly, Queen Mystic could go from providing support to being the main offensive force. After doing this, Klein immediately stretched out his right hand to grab at the air. As his arm pulled back, a figure appeared in front of him. A woman with average facial features and dark eyes. The Evernight Cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, Ariana. I succeeded in one try? Klein was shocked. Keep my existence concealed and protect the people of Backlund, Klein replied. Alright, Ariana replied. It can't be her in person, right? My summoning wasn't successful, but the goddess got Ariana to return to Backlund secretly? The moment she sensed she'd been summoned, she came over. The Angel of Concealment domain also has a level of control over the historical void? Oh, cool. So Klein thought like, oh, I'm so goated, I pulled a fucking angel. And the angel's like, bitch, I just came here myself. What are you talking about? Tree air. What is this title? Is this a Pokemon battle? Always was. Klein didn't have the time to think about such trivial matters. After having his existence concealed, he got Inunu to switch places with a new marionette, a former pirate. Immediately following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Inuni and Quanos to the secret mausoleum. Badass, still barefooted. Dude, actually, this is some fucking, this is some Miyazaki shit. Following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Quanos and Inuni to the secret mausoleum in Awa County. As he could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for him to abandon his marionette and directly come over by using the summoned projection. It would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot in half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze. However, this wasn't something that attracted too much attention while listening to a full speech. Finally, if he didn't return, the Red Gloves team from the Church of the Evernight would clean up his tracks. Now this is some Kojima shit. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in the Eastchester County, there was a young lady in a yellow layered dress and black old-fashioned bonnet. Pea vines grew out of nowhere. Her chestnut hair cascaded down. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly formed a symbol in the void. Following the movement of her fingertips, the drops of bright red blood resembled shattered gems seeped out and froze in midair. Soon a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly and seemed to resonate with something. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol extended into an illusory transparent door. Through it, one could see the gigantic mausoleum. Bernadette immediately walked through the illusory door and arrived inside a dim and dark area. By the way, can I just say how fucking stupid it was of the churches to see this and go, oh, they're just studying, everything's fine, of course, yeah, no problem. Like, they're like, oh my fucking god, the churches are like actual fucking, oh my god, I want to say stuff that I'm not, it's fine. Bernadette immediately walked through the door and arrived in a dim and dark area. The light here came from the lights of the stone pillars and the strange underground moss growing on the cliff walls. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum. The light provided by Mr. Door was really useful. By the way, can I say how fucking wild it is that now Klein is at the same level as Queen Bernadette? I know they tacitly approve. I know. Klein is at the, like, Bernadette was like this fucking amazing figure that was so powerful. Oh my god. And now Klein is like probably further along than her because he's 80% digested. I don't know if she's 80% digested at this point. At this moment, a ritual was being held deep underground. Faint lights gathered, forming a figure in midair. The figure had a square face, black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge and a thick beard. He was the Lone Kingdom's founder and protector, William Augustus I. This was an entity referred to as he. With the help of the ritual, he came here directly from Backland. Bernadette remained impassive. With a flip of her hand, a new item appeared. This item was gold in color, like a miniature water flask. However, a candle wick extended out from the mouth of the flask. As Bernadette caressed the surface of the item with her right hand, one that was covered in mysterious, complicated symbols, the candle wick slightly ignited. The light it emitted was like a sticky water stream that sprayed upwards, forming a blurry and twisted golden figure. Let me put on some fight music at this point, I think. It'll be necessary. Kami isn't here, which is... what a bitch, but whatever. The reason I'm saying Kami's here. Oh, our go. Wait, we decided on which one to use. We can send it now. Kami, my go. Oh, how's it going, man? We were just talking about you. The protector. The go. Damn, that was such bad timing. You're kidding. What the fuck? Oh my god. This one, thank you. Okay. Oh my god. Eternal Genie of the Lamp. My second wish is to obtain the strength of a Knowledge Emperor for one day. Knowledge Emperor is sequence 1, right? Oh shit! Shit! She said, brother, let's... At that point, bro... Oh my god, that's amazing. Seizing this opportunity, when William Augustus had yet to fully descend, Bernadette spoke in a solemn voice. Aladdin is here, bro. What the fuck? Why does she have a fucking lamp? A genie's lamp. What the fuck is this? The item in her hand was called a magic wishing lamp. It might have come as early as the First Epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had a corresponding grade 0 artifact number, 005. Oh shit. This item could grant its wearer any 10 wishes, but this was either done in a distorted form or came with unpredictable and terrifying outcomes. None of its previous owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could use the proper choice of words and make preparations to avoid the harm brought by it by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make a 3rd wish. Absolutely not. It can make 10 wishes, but no one even gets to 3rd without just dying? Meanwhile, the concealed Klein arrived near the secret mausoleum in Awa County without alerting anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't rashly approach the mausoleum by drawing the symbol. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 tries, the muscles on his arm tightened, as though he was pulling something heavy. As he retracted his arm, a figure appeared. The figure's skin was bronze in color. It had a medium build, black hair, brown eyes. None other than Isaac Eggers. Oh shit! However, unlike the Mr. Isaac he knew, this figure's gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads. He wore a golden bird-shaped crown, as though he was looking down on all creatures. The former Death Console. A former Sequence 2 Angel. My fucking goat is here! Let's go! We're safe now. Safe. Oh my, the Death Console. Oh my god. Miracle Invoker doesn't bring the same kind of fucking sheer aura as the fucking Death Console. You're kidding. This time, he didn't seem to have, without sizing him up, Klein pulled out and reached out and grabbed into the void again. This time, he didn't seem to have pull anything, but in fact, he had summoned the former him from 10 seconds ago. The him who was still in a concealed state. What a mindfuck, bro, what? Like, I'm gonna pull me from 10 seconds ago? What? Then Klein threw a small metal bottle at his projection and made himself enter the Grey Fog's historical void. In his past self, his consciousness came alive and he became extremely agile. This concealed Klein brought the projection of Death Console Azek and came to the secret mausoleum where the entrance couldn't be seen. He took out a small metal bottle and used his spirituality to draw the blood that shimmered like gems. In mid-air, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Door had given. Your internet is dying, Kami. I'm the one streaming this. How do you... what? The symbol rapidly formed and resonated with a particular point of the mausoleum, expanding into a door. In a concealed state, Klein and Azek walked through the door. At that moment, the guards inside had already discovered there was an intruder, but all they could see was the lofty Death Console. Somewhere in background, the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus, was just about to use a ritual to open a passageway and descend to that mausoleum, when a man beside him frowned and said, "No, that's Azek Eggers. He is very rigid. It's like a historical projection summoned by the Secret Order's Scholar of Yore." "Your Highness, let me go over there. Stay here and be wary of the Scholar of Yore lurking in the dark. Although they aren't angels, they are troublesome." I love how even angels are like, bro, they're not one of us, but those motherfuckers are annoying. Dlink Augustus was a rather arrogant elder. His black hair mixed with silver threads, and he was clean-shaven. Upon hearing that, he laughed. Isn't the Scholar of Yore just beside him? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the disorder of the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately attacking with a historical projection, while his true body is elsewhere. In fact, he's hidden beside Azek's projection. Once this Death Console attracts the attention he wants, when we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use the concealed state to approach the mausoleum to cause destruction. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel's projection, you won't be able to kill the target in a short amount of time, even if you have a grade 0 artifact. If this implicates the mausoleum, all our efforts would have been for nothing. If that Scholar of Yore has done 3 levels of misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, he won't be able to summon an angel from the historical void. You can easily eliminate him. When he said his first sentence, Dlink Augustus had already entered the passage through the ritual's activation. The rest of his words were spoken by a phantom he left behind. He didn't discover that real Klein though, bitch. Real Klein is in the... Ah. Why are you guys like this? What the fuck are you... Oh my... Okay, it's fine. In the secret mausoleum in Awa County, Azek Eggers began scanning the area with an indifferent expression. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant serpent. He did a poof. The giant serpent was both illusory and real. as though it was formed by something incomprehensible to humans. Its entire body was covered with huge dark green scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and each scale and feather had different symbols and different shapes. Just the mere sight of them made one's flesh decompose. This was... Are you fucking kidding me with this name? Are you fucking taking the piss? What the fuck is that? What the fuck?
Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl. Got it. Okay, great. This was Quetzalcoatl, the serpent spoken of the southern continent myth. His eye sockets were burning with pale white flames as an exaggerated, thick pair of wings spread out from his back. Amidst the howling winds, the feathered serpent in midair lunged forward with its upper body and spat out a pale white flame covering the entire mausoleum. Quetzalcoatl is a major deity in Mesoamerican cultures, particularly among the Aztec and Maya. Known as the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl is associated with wind, wisdom, and creation. Oh, cool. Thank you. Can I ask, what do I call you? Because I unfortunately, I don't know how to say your name. Yes, yeah, after Lisa, I remember it. Mr. Asics' historical void projection is definitely much weaker than before, but it's insanely powerful. As expected of the Son of Death. At that moment, points of fate, gloomy glows flew out of the mausoleum, putting an end to the title-like pale white flames of advancement. Following that, they formed a figure, but it was none other than the Sequence 2 Balancer, Link Augustus. Balancer, do I have this? Oh yeah, Arbiter Sequence 2, yeah, I got it. Burn, how's it going, man? The moment the concealed client saw him, he suddenly turned rigid and stiff. He began acting on instinct. As a result of him returning to the historical void and being outside the secret mausoleum. Then he teleported to the secret mausoleum under the Tussock River and took out another small metal bottle. In a concealed state, he used his spirituality to draw the blood out to outline the symbol. In a few seconds, the symbol resonated and turned into a door. With his marionettes, Quanos and Inuni, he walked in. Oh, Klein is like, oh, you have two angels? Cool, so do I, motherfucker, let's play. So now he's having... Well, I guess Bernadette isn't an angel, but she has the power of one for now. So she's an angel, Azik is fighting him there, and now so he's going, listen, I don't care who shows up, even if it's another demigod, I'd win, so... Based. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had marionettes he just converted. A figure appeared outside the ruins number 1 on the outskirts of Backland. Her raven black hair was redundant. Was radiant, good lord. None other than Demoness Trissy. As Trissy approached the door number 1, she took out a small metal bottle and drew the symbol provided by Mr. Door. An illusory door took shape. How many motherfucking people are gonna try to destroy mausoleum? Bro, this motherfucker has 9 mausoleums. There's people trying to destroy 4 of them right now. Klein the Angel Master. Klein, Mr. Fool. I don't know. Mr. Fool, the keeper of the greatest Pokedex of angels since the 3rd epoch. Like, holy shit, this motherfucker is crazy. As she passed through the illusory door, Trissy hit herself and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance. The secret mausoleum that originated from Tudor was hidden there. During the descent, Trissy's body was as light as a feather. None of the remaining guards noticed that she had snuck in. Just as Trissy was approaching, she heard a voice saying, "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissy's figure instantly appeared out of nowhere, and in the area above the towering mausoleum, there was a man who had appeared at some point. This man had a long, rectangular face with a white hairband on his head. He had a mustache that curled up around his mouth. His brows were extremely thick, setting off his relatively large eyes. He was dressed in formal attire and wore a cloak. He was the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On one hand, this was a Sequence 3 Chaos Hunter. Chaos Hunter? Do I know this? I don't know this. That would also be of the Arbiter pathway then? Arbiter pathway. Chaos Hunter. Thank you, Dr. Z. So now I'm just missing sequence 4 and 0 of the Arbiter pathway. Cool. Okay, let's keep going. There was a crown made of thorns. Pure light constantly gathered into the crown, interweaving into the sea. Sealed artifact 036. Devil. Dr. Z, in my mind, has been doing this basically forever, and you didn't even know it existed. This should give you a frame of reference how often you fucking show up, piece of shit. Tencent needs to reinvent. Klein swam beneath the Tussock River when an image suddenly appeared in his head as he led his marionettes. A black cathedral stood in front of him with its spacious door opened, revealing a man in a pair of dungarees. A gentleman wearing a formal suit and top hat. A lady with frilly designs along her sleeves. They were suspended in midair, motionless. Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral. Without making any guesses, Klein felt that he had fallen into a crack of a frozen lake. His hair stood on end. Zaratul. In the blink of an eye, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned to switch locations with his marionette from the outside world and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. He didn't enter George III's secret mausoleum after passing through the door, and instead had come to a baffling place. Fuck. In the next second, he discovered that the spirit body threads connected to his marionettes were severed. He just lost his marionettes? They were floating towards the interior of that pitch-black cathedral. If it wasn't for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to detect danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He definitely would have been hung up and become a member of the marionettes. He didn't have the time to think too much. He controlled his spirit body threads and collected them all, connecting them to himself, forming a circle one after another. This allowed him to temporarily extricate himself from danger, but also made him lose his marionettes Quanos and Inuni in a second. The two marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand, hung up in the cathedral's interior. Welcome back. In the memorial square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. I will further lower the wealth requirements for the needed for the election eligibility. I will hand over even more rights to the House of Commons. Although the people didn't understand, there was such a development in the speech, it sounded good to them. There are all bills that have been approved by the House of the Lords. There's no need to tell the public during the speech. It's like the king is emphasizing that he will definitely follow these bills in the future. Audrey was puzzled. In the dark and majestic secret ruins outside of Backlund, King George III had already worn a black crown and consumed a potion. Fuck. His body was transforming into the shadow of order, extending into a magical state. As for the 9 mausoleums, there were the islands in the sea of nothingness. They were the components of his entire life. As for the people who were chanting Emperor George III at this time, they were like countless numbers of lighthouses, together anchoring this ruler, making him completely transcend reality. During this process, George III's thoughts wandered uncontrollably. The Secret Order Zaratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to help. Fucking, oh my god, Zaratul's helping him? What a bitch! He said that he saw some of Gehrman's thoughts from the Cap'n case, the attack on Ailment Maiden, the silencing of the crazy captain, and Quanos' disappearance, and his divination result made him cooperate with me, offering to help guard a mausoleum. There, he waited for Gehrman to take the initiative to walk to him because of the law of convergence. He also said that the most important thing to do when dealing with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is to be patient. What a charlatan. He even brought Abomination Sua? He's like, I'm an angel, he's a mere saint. I'll bring a second angel, just in case. How are you so scared of this man, you fucking loser? Together with the helpers I invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wield a Grade Zero artifact, even if most of the demigods of the military and royal family are fighting at the front lines, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed, unless a true deity descends. Oh, I'm sorry. What, you thought just because you have a sequence 1 of the seer pathway that'll stop Klein? You fool. So originally I wanted to use this opportunity to lure out any resistance, but in the end I chose it to advance directly. Since Grove still doesn't know about these hidden cards, well, he doesn't need to know. In less than 2 minutes, I will be an eternal god, the Black Emperor. The dark words of the ravens cawing and the corpses hanging from the black top of the church descended, passing through the main door. Their eyes were locked onto Klein, who was outside. Don't call him a fool. Sorry, he is a mere jester. At the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself. Without caring about what it was, Klein snapped his fingers while maintaining the special state of his spirit body threads. A red flame surged out from his wallet and enveloped him. The flame was quickly extinguished, and Klein remained where he was. He didn't show any signs of being depressed as he immediately activated Creeping Hunger in an attempt to teleport. Klein instantly teleported as he appeared again, unable to take a step. His origin and destination had been strangely connected. At that moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in gorgeous hair, curly chestnut. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, what the fuck? And long chestnut-colored hair, blue eyes, and high nose bridge. None other than Roselle Gustave when he was an emperor. What? What is happening? He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared. Klein's mind instantly swelled as he was injected with a large amount of unknown knowledge. Klein's mind instantly swelled as if it was going to explode, while his other thoughts were completely occupied. He couldn't even lift a finger. Instinctively, he allowed that knowledge to split up and become injected into hundreds of worms of spirits. This allowed him to regain his ability to control his body as he quickly grabbed the space in front of him with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank and he suddenly pulled back, with the marionettes passing through the cathedral and beginning their attacks. The two figures appeared in midair, dragging out a scaleless, silvery white tail. As he released his right hand, a white serpent appeared in this dark kingdom. His eyes were bright and red and cold, and his body was covered in patterns and symbols. A snake of fate. This wasn't something Klein could just pull out of the historical void. Instead, it was Will Ossepton descending with the burning of the paper crane after using the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had used Flaming Jump moments ago to seek help from the Snake of Fate. Will Ossepton, he's like, bro, I'm not even a year old! Let me fucking live! The reason why he wanted to grab at something was to conceal his true intentions. It was to prevent from the opposing angel from discovering the location of Snake of Fate, putting Dr. Aaron's family in danger. This wasn't like how he had previously dealt with Amon's avatar back then, as he had no confidence in eliminating all the clues. Therefore, he discussed with Will in advance how to deal with such situations. Fortunately, the intent of Will expressed indicated that the truth of the summoning from before hadn't been exposed. At that moment, the gigantic Snake of Fate rose up and bit its tail, transforming into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. In midair, two figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was Queen Bernadette, whose real body was in an intense battle with the Sequence 1 Hand of Order. The other was formed from pure light, and a pair of shining wings grew on its back. It was obviously at the level of an angel. Suddenly, the two people's projections quickly vanished. The attacks they directed at Klein and the controlled marionettes retreated back into the cathedral, and they were hung up. Quanos and Anuni walked out one after another. With him, they passed backwards through the illusory door and left the world with a resonating cawing, appearing beside the Tussock River. Snake of Fate! Reboot! Let's go, baby! The Snake of Fate vanished as well. Without any hesitation, Klein activated Creeping Hunger and teleported, passing through countless spirit world creatures to another secret mausoleum. He used the remaining blood to outline the symbol and open the door. This time, he entered the interior and saw the solemn, dark mausoleum. He summoned the Sea God Scepter and unleashed a terrifying lightning storm over and over. Did we do it? Then he turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, like a dream. Fuck! A beautiful dream. Klein, who could always maintain his lucidity in dreams, had realized that he was in a real dream, created by someone the moment he entered the ruins where the mausoleum was. You're kidding! Bro! How many mindfucks? I was like, oh my god, my goat, Klein! Oh my god! Come on! This is like a big game of chicken. It's like Inception. It's like I'm controlling your dream. No, you're actually controlling the dream that I wanted you to control, so I'm controlling your dream. Well, no, I wanted you to control the dream that if I have a stroke. Klein pretended not to notice the real dream as he tried to stop his projection of the death console. He tried to summon another version of himself from the historical void to fool the guards of the ruins, allowing his body to escape the dream and sneak into the mausoleum to achieve the goal of destroying it. At that moment, he could only maintain 3 void projections. Azek was one, his concealed state self was another. He couldn't be certain if the leader of the ascetic, Ariana, was another. However, to be safe, he had to disperse of one of them. Considering Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that she had descended in person due to her state, Klein had other theories. Could a sword help Klein right now? You could help him look a lot cooler, McSeely. Get fucked. Perhaps the leaders of the Evernight Cloister had deliberately entered a concealed state after sensing that her projection from the past had been summoned. She had vanished from the real world, allowing the projection to gain sentience. This was completely feasible, especially since the authority of concealment likely gave her a degree of control over her projections. Just as he was about to summon his past self, the dream silently disappeared. Everything returned to normal. He was standing on a cliff at the entrance. Below him was the majestic mausoleum. An old man with an ordinary experience was levitating in midair. Under the glow of the moss and the light from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he looked at Klein and sighed in ancient Faceak. Mr. Fool, we're so fucking close. You weren't actually fooled by the dream I crafted. The Spectator Pathway Sequence 3 Dreamweaver? At least he's not an angel. Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Oh my god, another stop! How many angels does he have? Oh my, he's pulling them out of his ass! What the fuck? No sound was produced, but Raynette Tyneker walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand immediately spat out a rectangular, diamond-like charm. Another head chanted in Hermes, yesterday. Yesterday once more. Miss Messenger was borrowing the strength from her past self. Compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, the power she borrowed could last longer. However, the charm didn't change. In midair, the elder chuckled and said, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes? This is Hermes? The Hermes who has lived since the Second Epoch? Oh, fuck. Hermes was still participating in this battle, so it was unlikely he had a strong desire to stop him. No, perhaps he's deliberately acting to lower our guard. Beyonders of the Seer Pathway are the best at manipulating the hearts of others. Raynette Tyneker's other two heads chanted in Jotun and Elvish, yesterday. The charm instantly ignited by a transparent flame by fusing into the void. Fucking Gandalf has appeared, bro. What the fuck is this? How many... By the way, fucking Hermes is not even an angel yet? Bro, you're like 5,000 years old. You're like... Are you on crack? What are you doing? Raynette Tyneker's body began to rapidly expand as the four heads flew up and landed on her neck. The four heads became illusory when he is an angel? Oh, okay, no, I thought it said he was a Sequence 3. Never mind. Okay, he is. Okay, thank God. I mean, not good for Klein, but like good in theory, you know? In an instant, Raynette Tyneker's transformed into a huge cloth doll that resembled a castle. She was dressed in a black gothic dress with countless symbols and sinister vines, her eyes blood red. She swept his gaze across ancient Hermes. She opened her eyes and tightly shut her mouth. The Spectator Pathway flashed with a faint light, turning into a plump white rabbit. Ancient Bane, Transformation Curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Its body began to swell, becoming half the size of a mountain. A stomp was enough to trample him to death. To an angel of the Spectator Pathway, merely believing in their strength allowed them to be powerful enough to be without disadvantage. This is some actual To Be Hero X, like, I believe I'm strong enough, hence I'm actually strong enough, hence I kill you. Like, what the fuck is this? As the rabbit transformed into a monster, a sudden change appeared in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Raynette Tyneker a little confused as to whether she was in a dream or the real world. Klein could differentiate between the two. While he had noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in a mythical creature form, but the surface of the rabbit's body was covered in grayish-white scales, all sorts of patterns intertwined, forming three illusory symbols. Sequence 2 of the spectator pathway. Do I know it? A man is what he believes. True. Spectator, discerner. Yep. Okay. Angels are terrifying. They use their complete mythical creature form right at the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take a second look. Firstly, he didn't have the time, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely lead to him being affected. Taking advantage of the battle between Miss Messenger and the gigantic rabbit, Klein used the strong winds to head for the mausoleum. As he recited a particular honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. First failure, second failure, third, still a failure. This is how my parents look at me when I fail to do something they asked me to do on first try that I've never fucking done before. Failure! Just as, by the way, there's a fucking 100 people here. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Super thank you. If you guys are new here, consider joining our Discord. Link in the description. I gotta fucking, if I lose my spot, I'm gonna get, I can barely keep up with what's going on, okay? Just as one fat rabbit after another appeared in Klein's island of consciousness, causing him to elevate his consciousness to fight back and be unable to take multiple things into consideration, he reached out his right hand and finally pulled out an image from the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image outlined itself. It was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. The Angel of Concealment of the Church of the Evernight. The daughter of the ancient god Flagrea, suspected to be the vessel of the goddess's descent. Oh, so the goddess is letting her. So the goddess is letting Klein stop him. Since he was successfully able to summon Ariana from the historical void, Klein definitely thought of trying to see if he could summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the goddess. By employing the historical void's projection by the Scholar of Yore, had a difficult to overcome restriction. It was that he was unable to summon something that involved the uniqueness, but the object was merely a vessel of a deity's descent. So if he wanted to summon Amon, it would be impossible to summon the actual body, but an avatar may work. Oh, fuck! The Evernight goddess, Mommy Evernight, is letting us stop him! Yes! Of course, if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval and providing some level of help, he might not have succeeded even after 100 attempts. The beautiful lady didn't look at him, the summoner. Instead, she turned her head to look at the secret mausoleum. The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake. The ripples appeared as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. Dude, he summoned a god. No wonder they're like, yeah, bro, sequence 3 of this pathway are so fucking annoying. This man just summoned a god. What are you supposed to do? The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake. Ripples appeared as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. At this moment, 2 arms extended out from the outside world. One was pressed towards the gigantic doll, Raynette, while the other spread out its fingers to grab at Klein. The 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. They were pitch black on the surface, flowing with sticky liquids. Abomination Sua. The remaining guards in the underground ruins went insane. Some raised their swords to kill their companions or raised their guns and kill themselves in a video game. Klein's skin began to crack and his consciousness was distributed by the sensation of madness. He was unable to respond. The concealment angel he summoned retracted her gaze. Through pure instinct, she looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. The tremendous fear caused Sua's arms to tremble. Not only did he fail to grab Klein, he was even cursed by Raynette, causing him to be covered in green fur. Hawk Sua. Dude, I love how the goddess looked at him and said, "Bitch, abomination is sequence 1, I think, right? Bitch, that's supposed to mean something to me? Get the fuck out of here." Get fucked, loser. My go, Evernight is here. Immediately following that, they began to fade as they struggled with all their might, trying to escape the concealed state. At this moment, the three figures appeared in mid-air in the underground ruins. They were Roselle, the first lone king, William Augustus, and the abstract angel from Pure Light. Where did they come from? The historical void projections summoned by Zaratul followed closely. You're fucking lying! Oh my god, Zaratul, you're such a bitch, bro! Oh my god. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the effects from their auras alone caused the entire space to quake. In an instant, the pitch-black mausoleum shook even more vigorously. There was an obvious crack on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised, because this was his last contingency plan. When the enemy was too powerful and prepared, preventing him from taking opportunity, it was best to draw everyone together while destroying the mausoleum, thus creating chaos. This was the inspiration he got from the encounter outside Bayam City. Random bullshit go! Back then, Abomination Suwa and the byproducts the Artificial Death Project attacked remotely while Sea King Jan Kottman, Reinette Teinker, and a demigod of the Rose School of Thought had participated, resulting in the collapse of an innocent mountain. At that moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum to be like the ruins of that mountain. He didn't believe that angels could control the damage to their surroundings in such a battle. And the lineup thus far had far exceeded the previous one. It's still not enough. Let's make it more chaos. As Klein controlled his spirit body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the grey fog. Using his basic control over it, he made it tremble. In mid-air, a greyish-white fog appeared as the majestic palace faintly appeared. Sephira Castle. We need a Moon Knight emoji. A Moon Knight might actually be true. Hey, if we get, I think it's 5 more members, we can add another emoji. We can do a Moon Knight one. That's actually pretty clever because we need a random bullshit go emoji. This is true. Or 4 more rather, 4 more. Okay, that's fine. In the outskirts of Backlund, where the number 1 ruin was, Trissy had been robbed of several powers and was on the verge of death. Wait, what the fuck? She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it, blood everywhere. Jesus Christ, Samo, Gil, thank you guys! Holy fuck! Jesus! Oh my god, thank you so much, what the fuck? Thank you guys. Oh god, okay, let me finish this. Let me finish this, fuck. Let me finish this chapter and then I'll add a Moon Knight emoji. Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on. Did I? In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Backlund turned dark as if a storm was brewing. Thank you so much, Gil and Samo. Holy fuck, thank you so much, guys. A bird with dark circles watching over the Tussock River downstream moved its gaze. In the outskirts of Backlund, where the number 1 ruin was, Trissy was on the verge of death, and she had been robbed of several powers. She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it, blood everywhere. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond charm. Yesterday once more. How many of these yesterday once more charms did Klein make? Fucking how many did he make? Hold on. Okay. Okay. Which Will Ossepton one are we using? Hold on. Fuck. Oh god. Okay. He loves charms, bro. Oh my god. Black Pram? Got it. Okay. Emoji later, now read. Are you guys okay if we just read right now? We'll do the emojis later? Ramiro's about to fucking kill me. Yes? Yes? Okay. Let me just... I'm gonna have the nastiest gift for whistling. What the fuck, Devil? What am I supposed to take? What am I supposed to get from that? Is that a threat? What the fuck? Okay. There were very few chances to use charms in high-level battles. No one wanted to take the initiative. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Thank you so much, dude. Oh my god. No one wanted to take the initiative to leave an opening for their opponent while they chanted the incantation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Fool. Go, dude. The reason Trissy was able to complete the corresponding action was because she had ignited wicked flames from the inside out. As for the black flames, they seem to absorb all the heat in the surrounding areas. No, Zaza, I don't think you can gift to a specific person. As for the black flames, they seem to absorb all the heat of the surrounding areas, causing thick ice crystals to form. Beyond the ice crystals, there were almost invisible spider webs that wrapped around, forming huge cocoons. Relying on the 3-layer of defense, Trissy managed to buy almost 2 seconds. She took out the rectangular charm and she chanted, "Yesterday!" The transparent flame ignited amidst the wicked black flame. The diamond-like charm silently disintegrated before merging into the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to the demoness, so as to allow the damage from the 3 prongs to become the main assault point at any time. Trissy instantly saw the grey fog and realized that the scenes in the past were like stars. There were scenes of the young him wandering the streets, coming under the control of the mafia, swindling, cheating, stealing, later joining the Theosophy Order and becoming an assassin. Let's go gambling! You know what, Samo? You say the word, and I will gamble every penny I have on a divination. Okay, I will do it. You say the word, Samo or Gil. You know what? You guys are fucking goated. You know what? You say the word. I will do it. I don't know what theory yet. I don't know what theory, but we will do it. I don't know what we're divining. We got to figure that out. But I'll do it. Read now. Okay, cool. She began creating catastrophes that were arranged by the Demoness of Pleasure. She would become Prince Edisac's mistress, realizing that she would become less and less like herself and would slowly lose herself to the pleasure. She felt extreme fear and yearned to escape. However, having fallen deep into hell, she experienced immense pain. Without a thought, the scene magnified and occupied their entire vision. Under the light in the lawn outside the window was bright, and the horses were cycling slowly. The holes of the golf course could be seen vaguely, and inside the house there was an antique cabinet. The past Trissy stood at the edge and looked out, wearing a sapphire ring. At that time, she wasn't even a sequence 5, and she didn't have the strength the current her needed to borrow, but she had the ring from the Demoness sect, closely related to the Primordial. The ring was what Trissy needed to borrow. All of a sudden, the intricate ring that was inlaid with a sapphire gem appeared on Trissy's pinky, and unlike the past, the present Trissy had fused with the mark and submitted to the goddess. She had been greatly enhanced as a Sequence 4 demigod. Devil, what chapter do I think I'm going to be in November? Bro, I'd probably be done by November. In other words, even though she wasn't a robust deity's vessel, she had already had the qualifications to become one. And that sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily grasp a certain amount of initiative. Looking at the scenes in the past, the cocoon formed by Trissy's spider milk cracked inch by inch, and the thick ice crystals silently melted as the wicked flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closing her eyes, and smiled as she placed the sapphire ring between the eyebrows. Samo! No, stop! Samo! Samo, stop! Are you... My God, what the... Oh my God! Holy fuck! Holy shit, thank you so much, dude. Holy fuck. Devil! Devil coming in clutch, what the fuck? Devil W, when did Devil start getting dubs? What the fuck? What is happening around here? In other words, even though she wasn't a robust deity's vessel, she could, in essence, become one. Looking at the scene of the past, the cocoon formed by Trissy's spider milk cracked inch by inch. The thick ice crystals silently melted as the wicked flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled at as she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows. Get a lot of work on Discord. I know, I'm good. 25 members, this stream is insane! Oh my, the ring melted, like, oh wait, hold on. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled at the sapphire ring. As she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows, the ring melted like metal as it flowed into Trissy's head. Arthur, no, no, Samo, no, Samo. Oh fuck, Kami got another one? Oh my God. Kami, no, fuck. Kami, come on. Nagato. Oh fuck. Oh my God. At the front of this... where am I? I don't even know where I'm reading. I don't even know where I'm reading. At the front of the spear, two pure white wings spread out as they embraced the tip of the spear. No, that's not... Where the fuck... At that moment, the wicked black flames were completely deprived by Prince Grobe as the burning white spear of light shot out. Seriously, thank you so much. Arter, Samo, Devil... there were more. I can't even fucking remember. Hold on. Samo, Arter, Devil, thank you so... And Mr. Fool, thank you so much, guys. Holy fuck. The chat's just... There's so much green in chat. Gil. Oh, Gil. Yes, thank you, Gil. Okay. I knew there was one more. Okay, I knew there was one more. What the fuck? Oh my God. No, Samo, stop. No, please. You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I've won, but at what cost? Oh my, when we started this stream, we were 45% of the way to the OnlyFans. Does anyone want to guess what percent we're at now? Fucking Christ. Christmas out here, man. What the fuck? I'm not... we're at 80. We're at 81%. What the fuck? At the front of... That is not a fucking... That is not... No more. No more. Stop. No more. That is not a fucking challenge, okay? Do not... Moon... Fuck. No. 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 Mr. Fool, no. Stop. 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 No. Stop. No. No. That is not... That's intended. Fuck. And no, MT, no. No! No, 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 no. Stop, stop. Her hair flared up one by one, each becoming as thick as a snake. The outer layer was slippery and diabolical. The clear black and white flames embedded and white eyes embedded at the ends, or heads that looked like venomous snakes. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear that was condensed from pure... Oh, no. No. Stop. No. Please. No. Let me read. Please stop. Let me read. It quickly turned grayish-white in color, turning from incorporeal to corporeal. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless pieces. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff. The grayish-white color around Trissy rapidly spread out in every direction as it had a life of its own. Whenever it passed through, the stones became hard, while everything else turned to stone. What the Okay, stop. No, actually, stop. Okay, I need to read, and I literally can't read, okay? Stop. What the fuck is going on? The various rituals had been set up in Ruin 1 were now tainted with grayish-white colors, preventing the angels guarding the other mausoleums from discovering the changes and coming over. Yeah, I'm trying, Mr. Fool, I'm trying. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by the grayish-white aura that emanated out of the void, with him only being capable of using the crowns of thorns to maintain a small safe zone. Trissy, whose eyes had no borders, marking her whites from blacks, she didn't even look at her opponent. With her snake-like hair blotting out of the sky, she took a step forward for secret mausoleums at the bottom of the Dark Valley. Seriously, fucking Hugh, can we just get like W's in the chat for like fucking everybody that donated? Thank you so much. But like seriously, please let me read now. Please. The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud silently sounded from deep within. Red asteroids with fiery tails appeared out of nowhere as they flew past Trissy and smiled at the mausoleum. McSeely, no. No, McSeely, let me read. In an instant, the ruin was inundated. Gil, thank you. Thank you, Gil. Fuck. This is... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, I know I'm supposed to be reading. I know I read. I promise. I'm gonna... I know I'm supposed to be reading. I promise. I right back after this, okay? Fuck. You're kidding.
We're gonna win so much, you may even get tired of winning, and you'll say, please, it's too much winning.
It's too much winning. I can't take... Devil, stop! No! Stop! No, it's too much... No! I have... Stop! Devil! Tide light. Fuck. No. No! Stop! We're making that fucking OnlyFans today. Oh my god. Mr. Fool. Stop. Okay. Stop. Dude, look at the chat. The chat is just green. Everyone's green. Look at the chat. George III, who was at a critical moment of his advancement, sensed this and immediately felt a strong sense of confusion and anger. With great difficulty, he split off some of his strength, and with the help of the preparations he put in place, he forcefully distorted the surrounding areas and isolated the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching. You're gonna have to explain to your brain. No, DSV, no, I can't. I can't. No, stop. Amidst all kinds of catastrophes, the cliffs, the cliffs crumbled one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the mausoleum. Are you mad? For Sequence 4 to forcefully accept the power of a true deity, the only outcome was death. Trissy laughed. The skin on her face had been pushed to the limits, inch by inch, crumbling, revealing the blood and flesh squirming underneath. The demoness scoffed. Isn't the ending of a love story supposed to have all the bad guys die? For example, you and me. Before Trissy could finish her sentence, she wore that tragic smile on her face as the asteroid plummeted into the twisted secret mausoleum in a bid to Where did she summon a fucking mausoleum? Where did she summon an asteroid from? Where did she summon a fucking what the fuck? In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a strong front. He quickly ended the connection with Sephira Castle as though he was praying to the fool for help. This was supposed to be a tragic moment for Trissy? No, there's no she deserves to die, okay? Listen, she helped us do something in the end, thank you for that, but you deserve to die, okay? Fuck you. Okay, it's fine, let's keep going. The commotion from before had nearly caused all the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel Klein had summoned was a historical void projection. It only continued fighting based on pure instinct, turning the situation even more chaotic. I love how Klein just has one angel who's like, it's on fucking sight, baby! Oh, this motherfucker doesn't even stop no matter what. Trissy used the blue ring to have the demoness descend. Okay, yeah, no, Moon, I figured that, but like, where did the primordial get the power to fucking summon meteors? What? At this moment, William Augustus's projection pulled out a silver sword and pointed ahead before slicing downwards. There was no need for him to say anything. The chaos in the ruins came to a stop as the battlefield was divided. She can just do that? Okay, cool. Hermes faced the beautiful and impassive lady. Abomination Sua suppressed Raynette Heinker. The historical void projections of Roselle and the Angel of Light surrounded Klein. William stood at an isolated spot, ensuring that none of the aftershocks attacked the mausoleum below. Ince was able to do it, why not Primordial? True, I guess. The Death Console. The Evernight Cloister's matron. The Concealment Angels were figures that exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it was a terrible burden on him. He had no choice but to borrow some of the power from his past self before his spirituality dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality once more. This is what I mean. It's a fucking insta-heal. It's like, this is actually some like broken shit. This is an insta-heal. Oh, you have me on... Oh, you took my liver. Oh, well, I'm just gonna borrow the liver from my past self. What the fuck does this even mean? What does that sentence mean? This way... nope. Okay. Then Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light, which also had illusory wings on his back, made the layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave. In the bright white sea of light... Bro, Cuttlefish is a poet. Bright white sea of light? Oh my god, this is goated. Something suddenly appeared. It rapidly plummeted and approached the mausoleum. It was a dark-colored book that consisted of goatskin. Grozel's Travel? Using the ability to split into worms of spirit and his enhanced ability to shapeshift, he shrank into bookmarks made of flesh, embedding themselves into the book, using it to block out the endless light's purification and melting effect. He transformed into a bookmark? He transformed into a bookmark! What is the point? What am I reading? Stop! But even so, he was still severely injured because the light could still illuminate part of his body. This wasn't the end. Standing right beneath Grosel's travel was Roselle, dressed in gorgeous clothes, standing there. Without a second thought, Klein could only activate the first method he knew of to protect himself, hiding in the historical void. He entered into the book to hide. What a go. Dude, actually. Same shit. Well, yeah, but like, it's so much better, Ramiro. In the past, Klein was basically holding the book above his head like, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. But now he just entered the book. What is this? Boom. A loud thunderclap. Boom, boom from outside. Bro, I actually got to lock in. We've been live for 3.5 hours. This is cooked. It rumbled into the distance from the beginning, but by the end of it, it was ringing in one's ear. Klein, together with the projection of the historical void and all the living beings in the ruins, were awed and turned stiff. Instantly, the sea of light dimmed. But no, there was a figure that wasn't affected, the concealment angel of the Evernight. The beautiful but dull-looking lady took the opportunity to phase her body, transforming into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She extended the strange world, enveloping Hermes, Raynette, Sua, the Angel of Light, William Augustus I. Although Klein had summoned the historical void projection, a watered-down version, some essential points remained. The chaos that Klein was anticipating had arrived. As for Kate George's other helpers, such as the King of Angels, they were in other mausoleums. The King of Angels? Bro, we're back at 100 people, that's amazing! The moment the nearly transparent world took form, the angels began to resist. Amidst the chaos, the strange world easily tore apart. However, the remnants of the angel powers being directed, the lady rushed out and headed for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. An even louder clap of thunder rang out. Emperor Roselle, who had attempted to stop them, was once again unable to make any further attempts. In the instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was hit. The cracks on its surface sank deep, causing the entire interior to present itself. In these rifts, the blood appeared out of nowhere. Some were bright red and others dark. Having restored his human form, Klein held Grosel's travel while collectively launching air cannons towards this worms of spirit. Couldn't Klein just go beep, 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 since he has like fucking artillery cannons now? Couldn't he just beep, 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 and just rip it apart? Having restored his the mausoleum, which was already on the verge of collapse, had finally collapsed. Thank the heavens! Oh my god! If some motherfucker tells me that this is a dream, I'm ending stream, motherfucker, no shot. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George's advancement was no longer stable. He lacked a key pillar of support. If only one of the mausoleums was under attack, he might have been able to rely on the tenuous connection to put up a resistance, but now he had suffered too intense an attack. His already incorporeal body boiled, unable to maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. On Trissy's tendril, squirming face, the corner of her mouth curled up. Backlands, Memorial City. My subjects. The stern and old-fashioned George III with his mustache was finishing the speech when there was a loud explosion. His flesh and blood transformed into a flurry of fireworks that spread everywhere. Get fucked! Get fucked, a loser! Oh, get fucked! AG, it's either statistically probably Samo. It could also be Gil. It could also be Devil. But like there, yeah. Wait, hold on. This is, you want to know the scene that everyone probably saw? Everyone probably saw when King George III probably dies. Okay, I'm not gonna show too much of this because this is gonna. By the way, if you aren't great with blood, definitely click off for a second. This is the scene, okay? This is the scene. Yeah, Nagito, I think I have to gamble it all now. I think I have to. I don't have a choice. I think, should have used the season 3 video. That was from... I know, Manish, but the fact that I'm using a season 1 episode, these motherfuckers are already telling me, oh, spoilers. So if I used a season 3 one, these guys would have literally buried me, so... So I decided to go with Translucent. What do you mean? It's like episode 1 or 2, Mikhail. What do you mean? When Audrey and company below the platform saw this scene, it was as if they were admiring a huge magic show. For a second, no one realized what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene started to turn disorderly. Amid screams, the king's guards all rushed up. The cabinet members in the House of the Lords and the House of Lord Nobles subconsciously sought a place to hide, where they mustered their courage to follow the guards to check the scenes. If Mr. World paid strong attention to someone, it meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And to date, none of Mr. Fool's goals had failed. How could they fail when there's a fucking goat like that? Oh my god. This was the will of a deity. Oh my god, that's so hard! That's so cool! In another municipal square in Backlund, Melissa, Benson, and company also heard the explosion before realizing that the king's speech had come to an abrupt stop. After a moment of silence, people began to slowly turn rowdy as they began breaking out into a discussion amidst hushed whispers. The fear of the unknown and the fear of the future slowly occupied their hearts. In the outskirts of Backlund, inside Ruins Number 1. Absolute cinema, dude. Absolute cinema. This is so good. George III's mind was a blur. He felt something that couldn't be resisted inside his body as a volcano of extreme madness erupted in his mind. It was changing his body while distorting everything around him. Basically, like 90% of people in chat right now can probably use the members only emotes right now. Instinctively, he saw the black throne, the one he was supposed to sit on. He wore the Emperor's crown, looking down at the real world with great pride. He was equal to deities. He reached out his hand in an attempt to grab his future, but countless curses and attacks of the unknown origins kept striking him. It prevented him from touching that future. Oh, you know what I just realized? Oh my god. George III's hands, which had faded, hung in midair. No, he reached out his hand in an attempt to grab that future, but countless curses and attacks of unknown origins kept striking him, preventing him from touching that future. This is what you get, you piece of shit. You killed old Kohler and Liv. You get fucked, okay? This is the will of the ordinary man that you don't even know that did this to you, you piece of shit. Maulding. True hope. George III's hand, which had faded, hung in midair as his consciousness tore apart. Trissy, who had been reduced to a blob of flesh, enveloped that shadow of order, using her countless thick snake hairs. In the outside world, in the area corresponding to Ruins Number 1, a large amount of dust were stirred up into the sky like the thickest of smog. The area became a humongous crater which was connected to the Tussock River, opening up an inlet for the river of water to rush in. McSeely, I don't know how many fucking... You know what, how many emotes do we have at this point? I can add 3 more emojis. I can add... That's so many. In the area became a humongous crater connected to the Tussock River, opening up an inlet for the water to rush in. Yeah, Guy, I saw. He said at the end of the chapter. High in the sky, lights dimmed as a storm containing immense horror enveloped the area. Further away on a mountain peak, two figures watched the scene without saying a word. Katerina and Medici. After 2 seconds, the Saintess of White, Katerina, sighed and said the reason why we wanted to find her was because the Primordia told us that she has a strong inclination towards self-destruction. Medici listened as he silently expressed, I know who interfered with my response. When you read, he could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Katerina thought of various answers, but she couldn't be sure, so she remained silent. The Medici slowly said, Evernight. Oh yeah, of course, Medici is well aware of Amanesis, because they were in the Rose Redemption together, of course, yeah. After a pause, he suppressed his emotions and added, otherwise I would have long found Trissy cheek. Without waiting for Katerina to respond, Medici turned around and left. In another ruin, a hint of joy flashed past Klein's eyes. He saw the secret mausoleum collapse and spill out copious amounts of blood. But it was ephemeral? I don't know what this word is. Ephemeral, lasting for a long amount of time. But it was ephemeral because he had to turn his attention back to the situation at hand. With George III's ritual failing and him not becoming a Black Emperor, it meant that his goal is achieved. Now he needed to escape. At that moment, using the significant impact caused by the mausoleum's destruction. Very short time, not long time? Wait. Oh, sorry, you're right. Lasting for a very short time. Sorry, yes, you're right. At that moment, using the significant impact he had made by the mausoleum's destruction, Raynette Tyncard followed her agreement with Klein. She didn't stay any longer and entered the spirit world and fled. The power she borrowed from herself was coming to an end. The maintenance of the beautiful concealment angel had already reached Klein's limits. After it transformed into the strange world, it disappeared. We won't deal with little Georgie in this volume. I know, Hope. I was so shook. Bro, I thought about it at the start, and then I was like, there's no fucking chance, right? There's no fucking chance Klein stops a god in like 50 chapters. Like, this whole plot, we realized like 50 chapters ago. Are you kidding me? Klein is so goated. By the way, we've had like 100 people for like a while now. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. If you're new here, consider joining our Discord, link in the description. But I appreciate y'all popping by. I hope you're having a good time. Inside the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced the arm of Sua, Hermes from the ancient time, Rosal's projection, William Augustus the First's projection, the Angel of Light's projection, as well as the thunder pointed from an unknown location. Any one of them could kill him easily. For him to summon the historical void projection at the angel level wasn't something that could succeed within a few attempts. Bro, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's a fucking saint is standing in front of 5 angels, and he's going, "Damn, brother, I'm about to get my ass beat." Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal as he attempted to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared out of the gray fog in his vision, made up of countless transparent maggots. Zaratul. Zaratul's actual body had appeared. Did you get it? Evernight's scheme? She didn't kill Trissy and didn't let Medici find her to use her. But I'm so confused. Okay, you know what? No, we'll ask questions later. Okay, we'll ask questions later. It's fine. At that moment, Klein's action of entering Zaratul had been waiting in the historical void for Klein. Fuck, hold on. Sorry, the sun is like raging in my eyes. Hold on. At that moment, Klein's action of entering the historical void could no longer be reversed. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled in by the vortex. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite a paper crane, but he realized no flames could rise up here. Having probed him once, Zaratul was confident of his trump card. By relying on his level, suppressing him, and the authorities of mysteries, he had made Klein unable to control flames. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination, after making a teleportation attempt, was mysteriously connected to the vortex made up by the maggots. Bro, a fucking vortex made up by the maggots. How many fucking maggots does... It's gotta be like 10,000. It's gotta be like a crazy number. However, Beyonders of the Seer pathway were never unprepared. Your bald head could... Pushkar, you're so mean. Afterlease, I'm an actual vampire, bro. The vortex formed... That's why I hate them so much. The vortex formed by the transparent maggot slowly spun as it received a visit initiated by Klein. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They reached towards him, but they only wrapped around the ancient book covered in the dark-colored skin. The blood on the book's surface hadn't faded. Roselle's travel. At that moment, Klein pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Grozel's travel, and with a whoosh, he entered the book world and escaped the fatal trap of Zaratul. Oh, Klein's plans have plans, man. The moment he entered the book world, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a marionette he had temporarily possessed from the historical void. Havin Rambus. Stream isn't lagging, right? It shouldn't be. He had once tested that he could summon the projections of true history here. After all, it belonged to the Sephira Castle, and praying to the fool in the book world wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, he had other ways to resolve it. He could always summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book world. In short, he needed a mid or a high sequence beyond of the Seer pathway to bring him to the Sea of Collective Subconscious, into the City of Miracles, Livsid, into the Hall of Truth. Why the fuck does he need to go to Livsid? Time was of the essence, so the faster the better. This was because he had no idea how long before the Sequence 1 could grasp the secrets of Grozel's travel, much less whether the other party would forcibly descend into the world. This was a race against time. Change music now? Samo, I think it's a little bit later. You could wholeheartedly... Okay, good. Havin Rambus, who was wearing a formal suit and a dark bow tie, held onto him with a stiff expression and entered the Sea of Collective Subconscious, formed by countless shadows. By the way, Kami, what am I putting on at that time? With the power of a manipulator, he quickly shuddered through... he quickly shuttled through and arrived at the City of Miracles, Livsid, in seconds, appearing in the at the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Last one in music. Thank you, Kami. Klein ran through the maintenance of his marionettes, Havin Rambus, and under the nudge of the strong winds, he ran through the door. By the way, can I say, Kami has fucking insane luck. Kami has, every time there have been gifted subs, Kami has gotten a sub. It's kind of, Kami's actually got like, fucking, Kami's off the monster pathway, guaranteed. Klein then ran through the door. As he passed by the colorful murals, his inner voice resounded in the hall. The chances of summoning 008 here should be high. Using it to draw or write at the end of the mural or the left side can affect the real world. There were a lot of gifted, this is also true, but you also got it last time, Kami. Although it's arrangements, I can still make Zaratul make a mistake, allowing me to escape safely. No, it's still easier to let Amon's avatar join the battle and implicate Zaratul. That should be even easier. No wonder the goddess wanted to bait Amon into Backland. You're telling me Klein is just gonna make this more complicated now? You're lying! Klein! You're actually fucking insane! What if Amon just wants to kill you now for Sephira Castle? The mural on the right represents the book world. I can use 008 to draw in another temporary door for me to leave. 100... We're at 117 people right now. That is insane. That is like... Oh my god. While flying, the mural on... Yeah, while flying, Klein's right hand kept trying to grab at the void ahead. 10, 20, 30 times. Klein borrowed the strength from his former self, and his right hand sank as he pulled out the quill. 120! Holy fuck! 008. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of the huge pillar that was multiple arm spans wide. This had a clear sense of being worn down by time. The throne of Ankh-Vault. Klein circled around the stone pillar and arrived at the end of the cathedral. He raised the quill and was about to write. He had never tested for any changes when using 008 in here. He was afraid that it would result in an excessive accident and alert Adam, making his ploy of preventing George III from becoming Black Emperor to be detected in advance. At this moment, he no longer needed to bother about such things. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Music change. Oh, okay, made an assist? Okay, cool. Or made an abyss assist, what the fuck? Okay. Suddenly, 008, which was about to write, disappeared. It disappeared before the time limit. What's happening? Klein then realized that his words in the Hall of Truth hadn't been projected. There was silence around him. With his spiritual perception triggered, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the time-worn pillar had transformed into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point. Adam! In front of the cross was a huge, blurry figure standing there, shouldering everything on its back. Inside the Hall of Truth there were rows of black, high-back pews, but only one supplicant. The supplicant had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first pew. He wore a simple white robe and had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. Adam. Twilight Hermit Orders. Chair. King of the Angels. Adam. Klein didn't even know when he had arrived. Oh god! It's so good! He's so cool! At this moment, Adam looked up, revealing a clear, limpid eye that resembled a child. He slowly stood up and talked calmly. George III's death causes Lone to suffer a heavy blow. Unable to sit idly by, Intes decides to take this opportunity to launch an attack. This war officially develops into a war that sweeps through the world. Can you accept such an outcome? He's so cool! He's so cool! Oh my god! He's so cool! Oh my god! He's so cool! Yes, Pusha, yes, Moon, I remember. He's so cool! Oh my god! Adam, the aura farmer of the century, of the millennia. Can you accept such... Are you not entertained? We've been streaming for 4 hours. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein still felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. He felt a wave of heat. He wanted to defend himself, but when he opened his eyes, he didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, his figure was reflected in Adam's eyes before he said with some difficulty, "I accept it. But I will try my best to minimize the danger caused by the war in the future as long as I'm alive." Is this the price you exacted for bestowment? Back when a certain ascetic here mentioned your true name, you had already noticed this book and secretly made arrangements? What? Adam, who was dressed in simple white robes, didn't respond. He walked through the mural on his left and stopped in front of one of the murals. "This is so peak, Mr. Fool. This is so peak." He looked up and slightly and quietly admired it. In volume 3, like I said, Adams. Oh. He looked up slightly and admired it. On the mural, a book consisting of goatskin flew up into the clouds and landed in the gigantic claw. After waiting for a while, Adam said, "You may leave." The quill and Grizel's Traveler, you reunited now. He immediately felt that he had been rejected by the Hall of Truth, the sea of collective subconscious. This, of the City of Miracles in the book world, he involuntarily floated up and flew out of the area. Adam said, "Can you accept such an..." So wait, did Adam want Klein to already do that? Because those were the words that Klein used. So was Adam watching him and he went, "Oh, okay, so this is what he's going to do." He's like, "Okay, yeah, go stop him. Cool, no problem." During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the black pews. Holding the silver cross pendant, he closed his eyes and prayed sincerely. It was all a part of the plan. It was Adam! Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door appeared. It stood in midair, connected to the outside world. The book world also began to ostracize him, squeezing him out. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world and returned to the gray fog. He was in a state. He was in the state he was in prior to entering the historical void. Unlike before, he hadn't been locked down by the whirlpool, by the countless maggots. As for Grizel's travel, which was wrapped around by the illusory tentacles, it trembled slightly and disappeared. Without having time to lament, Klein's thoughts raced, and he made the choice purely on instinct. He leapt into the grey fog in another direction and hid in the scattered spot of light. This was the so-called historical void. Klein regretted it the next second because Zarathul's slippery, terrifying tentacles extended from the grey fog. The countless maggots were no longer forming a spinning whirlpool as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zarathul could actually fight in the historical void. "Is there anything, Zarathul? Is there anything you're not capable of doing?" This was the suppression effect that high-level members of the same pathway had against lower-level ones. The demigod of the seer pathway was always the best choice for dealing with a seer pathway demigod of a lower sequence. Without any hesitation, he ran towards the spot of light into the depths of the grey fog's history. Scenes of the secret mausoleum collapsing, Baklan suffering an air raid, the tragic smog of Baklan flew behind him. However, the dangerous premonition in his heart didn't weaken at all. It intensified. He even saw a thick shadow getting closer and closer, covering himself. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and the illusory tentacles. Klein ran as fast as he could, constantly chanting the honorific name of the goddess in Jotun in his mind, hoping to be saved. He's like, I'm an Isis, I did what you wanted, please. Ah. This was the only thing he could think to do. She was the only one who could save him at this moment. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would have definitely tried to provoke this blasphemer too. He's like, bro, anybody, I don't care. Just any high-level existence, get your ass over here. Only by messing things up further would he have a chance of surviving. What do you expect that final? I don't know, something about the price of going after what you want, or the price of war or something is what I'm expecting, Moon. Rozel's declaration as Emperor, the modification of the steam engine, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War flashed past one by one. Klein realized that his body was being increasingly covered by shadows, and his consciousness was gradually slowing down. He had a feeling that he was having his spirit body threads controlled. At this moment, the hounds of Fulgrim ran out of the grey fog. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, their eye sockets burning with red flames. This group of monsters, the Sephora Castle Keepers, ran past Klein, rushed behind him. He regained his lucidity immediately. Fuck, he cursed himself. His eyes slightly red as he continued running, with his vision blurred. He went from the 5th epoch to the 4th, from the 4th to the 3rd. The massive shadow that resembled a tidal wave behind him paused for a second. Then it continued surging as if nothing had happened. Did the doggos just sacrifice themselves? The bestest of boys. Gone, but never forgotten. Klein didn't hold back in expending his spirituality. He used all his might to run with the light spots that he had held that he had lit in the fog of history. He ran from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd, until he arrived at the lonely fragment of light around him. Around him was a withered forest and a normal tomb, the period of history where Ormir buried his parents. As for the tidal wave formed by Zaratul, it didn't seem to understand this history very well. It stopped at some unknown era and didn't manage to catch up. He said, haha, you may be an angel, but you have merely a fraction of my knowledge, you fool. The massive shadow that resembled... Nope, I already read that. Klein didn't hold... where the fuck am I? At some point in time, Klein's spirituality was almost exhausted, and in the fog of history he could only borrow power from the current void, but currently there was no past projection of himself. And when his spirituality was exhausted, he would have no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world, facing Zaratul again. Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. Zaratul was not... Oh, I'm sorry. Zaratul, the absolute fucking clown. This fucking loser. By the way, how is it fucking possible that Zaratul knows less history than Klein, but he's a Sequence 1? Like, he had to also digest the Sequence 3 potion. How? Klein exhaled and pulled out a paper crane and snapped his fingers and lit it. After a few seconds, he failed to see Will Ossepton arrive. In the historical void, he used ordinary paper cranes to contact Will. Why hasn't Amon appeared yet? As his thoughts flashed, he could only repeat in Jotun, the Evernight goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. The Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. It's not that he knows less history, just that he knows different... Oh, okay. After holding on for a few seconds, he had an idea. He didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure suddenly appeared, his spirit body threads floated into midair and was grabbed by a slippery, transparent tentacle. Around him, another figure appeared. Ariana! Oh, let's go! The goddess coming in! Bro, can the goddess be more clutch? The goddess is batting 1,000. Oh my god. Based on Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned must have disappeared. Therefore, the person who arrived was undoubtedly the real body. The Evernight Cloister's matron glanced at Klein and instantly vanished under Zaratul's tentacle. Klein entered a concealed world belonging to Ariana. This bitch has her own pocket dimension? She just has like her own like, hey, like, you know, when like other angels get like really yappity, I just like to go to my own world, like just to, you know, calm myself down. What the fuck? The Evernight Cloister's matron glanced at Klein, and they instantly vanished. No problem with that. Klein had entered a concealed world belonging to Ariana. It was nighttime, and it was a monastery with many ancient buildings erected. There was a huge and holy crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Dr. Z, I don't mean it pejoratively. I just mean it... You know what? I apologize. You know what? I apologize. Using the experience gained from from their past cooperation, Klein immediately used traveling to appear in the Crimson Moon, leaving this concealed world to appear somewhere else. You'll know which one to put? Okay. A terrifying thunderclap boomed as the transparent tentacle that attempted to reach out to where Klein had disappeared suddenly retreated, disappearing along with the actual body. Having teleported to sea, Klein couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He first summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where he had lost his marionettes Quanos and Inuni. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of Angel of Light. The paper figurine burned with a scarlet flame as it leapt up into the form of an illusory angel that had layers of wings on its back. It embraced him and removed any traces. He then activated traveling and once again left the area. Bro, we got away with it! In the secret mausoleum in the Eastchester County, William Augustus I and Queen Bernadette managed to sense the death of George III. The winner didn't win this time. Hey, luck can only carry you so far. Either through the changes in order or via their clairvoyant abilities. Got away, poggers! My goat Klein! The latter didn't stay any longer. Her body suddenly separated like a collection of soap bubbles that reflected light, scattering in all directions. William Augustus I wasn't in a mood to stop or chase after her, but he didn't feel much pain. This motherfucker probably had like his son or grandson die and he went like, shit happens, you know, don't worry about it, whatever. After making a huge detour, Klein, who used Angel's Embrace 3 times to remove any traces, finally returned to Backlund secretly. It was probably the safest place. Why is Backlund the safest place? He didn't return to the apartment he'd previously rented. He found a hotel in the Backlund Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance, height, and temperament. The more ordinary and common his appearance, the less attention he would garner. After entering the room, Klein endured the mental fatigue and physical injuries he received. He began to chant the name of the sea god Kalvatua. He planned to go above the gray fog. He wanted to use his spirit vision and Angel's Embrace to eliminate any latent dangers. Fortunately, Zaratul would have signed a contract with George III, so he can't leave the mausoleum he was guarding as he pleases. Otherwise, I most likely would have become his marionette during that battle. The appearance of him and Asua exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he took one step counterclockwise and opened his mouth and chanted in Mandarin, the exalted... Suddenly his body trembled and his voice came to a halt. Who the fuck? What? Music change, music change, music change. I'm reading, bruh. I'm reading. Chill. This was the marionette that Klein had lost. Winner, Inuni. Inuni smiled as he faced Klein's pair of eyes that could no longer move. Don't randomly leave your marionettes around, or you'll be tracked. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, took out a crystal monocle from his pocket, and wore it on his right eye. Dude! Dude, come on! Come on! I wanted to leave it at the end. You want me to cuddlefish your fucking actual? This is the. Oh my god! I love you too, Mr. Fool. Dude, seriously, I love you. Dude, everybody who's here. I fucking love you guys, man. Holy fuck, are you kidding me? Klein couldn't summon Amon because Amon was like, bitch, you ain't gotta summon me. I'll show up where I want to, bitch. No, we have to read one more. We have to. What am I gonna leave it there? What am I, a fucking asshole? Oh my god. Oh my god. Gamble first? Okay, true. Let's gamble. Oh my god. I'm gonna read one more. Fuck, man. I'm gonna read one more. Just read two more, Bug? Alright, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, let's gamble. Okay. Well, you know what? After all the help the goddess has given, I think we deserve to do the divination to confirm if Evernight is a transmigrator. I feel like there is nothing else that is warranted quite as much than this. I don't think there's anything that's more warranted than this. I feel like with the sheer amount of help that she gave, it's unbelievable for us to go with anything else. Weekly discussion? No, divination. Bro, are you guys still trying to rob me? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Dr. Z, thank you so much for coming. If someone needs to leave, I totally get it. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. You're kidding. What the fuck? What the actual fuck, dude? Read two more? Okay, we can do two more. Fuck it. You guys are so fuck. Okay. So, did you find the lack of. Okay. Okay, so that should be all the fucking, so that should be all the thievers. That's why I only took out 1 million. And then now we'll take out the other. I just wanted all the thieves to, like, if they were gonna take some money, so then this way they wouldn't take all of it, you know? 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Fuck me, dude. This is gonna be the most fucking horrifying shit. 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. The Evernight Goddess is indeed a transmigrator. Oh my god! Oh my god! You can! No! 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million! Oh my god! The heavens have given me the respite! Oh my god! The Evernight Goddess is a transmigrator! There is no greater proof! Are you not entertained? Oh my god! Holy shit! Act, dude! Oh my god! Okay, let's do artwork, let's do artwork, let's do artwork. Oh my god! Scholar of Yore, my god, this looks so cool. Oh, this looks so cool. Play a Mon song now, Last Traveler Conclusion? Which one is Last Traveler Conclusion? Oh. Oh, I see. This is probably copyrighted, I think. Almost certainly, actually. But, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. Oh my god. I have gone from being rich to, like, richy rich. Oh my god. Who is this guy? Oh, George the Third. Get fucked, loser. The battle. Oh my god. What a fucking... You know what this guy reminds me of? This is what this image is reminding me of. Oh my god, that's so good. Alright, good night, Zaza. Everything since the start of the fight has already been copyrighted. Oh, well, fuck me. I guess it doesn't even matter. My god, this looks beautiful, though. This guy. What a fucking loser. Get shit on. Everything else looks, this looks amazing, though. Trissy Cheek. Goodbye and good riddance, Trissy. My god. At least you died for something worthwhile. 11:48, not late. That was a peak stream, man. That was amazing. That was a good night. Good night, Tushar. Thanks for popping by. If you guys are new here, consider joining our Discord. We have beautiful art like this. This was so cinema, bro. Oh my god. Good night, Mr. Fool. How would you rate the ending? Dude, that's gotta be a 10. I can't... Dude, the Amon stuff... Like, up until the end, when when Klein got home, I was like, okay, that's like a good ending. That was like a really hype, really fun. I was thinking like a 9. And then the Amon, and I shit myself. I was like, you're kidding! That Amon shit caught me so off guard. This is beautiful. Like her cracking because she's like dying. Holy fuck, that's beautiful. That Amon shit was so good. What the fuck is this pink bullshit? What is this beard? Okay, actually let's do, you know what, there's like 100 of you. Let's just do like a decent poll. Let's just do a poll. Okay, let's just do a poll as to whether I should read or not. Read first 2 chapters. Let's just start a poll. We'll just imagine the whole volume. I can't. We are a democracy. Even though your username doesn't like to think so, we are a democracy here. That's not even... I thought it was gonna be so close. I thought it was gonna be... It's a fucking blowout. It's a... You're kidding. Oh my god. Oh my goats. The hounds. Oh my god. No. It's fine. It's... I don't know. It's a democracy. If you guys... If you guys say yes, then we go yes, baby. Alright, I'll let it sit for another second, but it's basically already guaranteed. Doggos, don't randomly leave here. Oh my god, this terrifying... I love how Klein is like, ah shit, I really fucked up now. Aman is like, listen, I don't know how to play chess, but... I don't know how to play chess, but if I just steal all the thoughts in your head, I by definition win. So like, checkmate, really. Make a poll whether to finish. Nah, yeah, Hope. I'm not making us vote on shit I can't do. Okay, that's called crony capitalism. We don't do that. Oh my god. You know. Oh my god. Am I crazy? I feel like Ramiro or like Milos, have I used this art before? I feel like I've used this art before. 70% actually. That's so funny. You know why? Because I remember looking at this art. I think I've used this. And you know what I thought? Because I used this like way back in probably like my volume 1 video or maybe 2. Like way back before I had any concept of what spirits of like worms of spirits were. I thought these were bubbles. That's so funny. That's I just remember looking at this. I was like, wait. I was like, oh, that's a mindfuck because I thought these were bubbles. One's really tiny, but it does look beautiful. Oh, this guy. I've used like all of his other... dude, I thought those were bubbles, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I just thought it was like a cool artistic choice or something. Figurines. This is Seer. Oh, these are so cute. Magician. Oh, that's so clever. Marion. Oh, these are so well done. What? Bizarro Sorcerer. Scholar of Yore. This is... You can actually buy these? I might have to cop the... I don't know where I would actually keep them, but like I might have to cop them. Bro, I'm gonna have like a whole Lord of the Mysteries fucking thing. Oh. If someone knows where to thank you, Vin Valley, man. I appreciate you popping by, even if just for a moment. If someone knows where I can find these, send me the link. I'll take a look at them. My god, these are so cute. I don't know where I'd put them, but I'll find... My room is so fucking cluttered. Holy shit. I'm an actual hoarder. Yeah, I'm gonna need to clear out one of the shelves from my bookshelf and just buy them with the... yeah. Mr. Door, man. We saw so much Mr. Dora. I'm gonna leave this for the time being, but oh my god, this is so good. Scholar of Yore. Yeah. Pew, 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 pew. Door of Doors. What is this? I'll check these out later. I can watch these now, right? I can check these out now. What is the OF percent? No, Samo, I'm not giving you that answer. Nope. We're done. No more gifted members. Okay, we're done. Okay, thank you. Okay, I've already seen this. Okay. Oh my god, this is beautiful. What do you guys think? New thumbnail for volume 6? This is beautiful. Oh my god. Have I seen... Oh, maybe I have seen this. I don't know. Or if there's another... Actually, no, wait. Is that Foggy Town? Oh, wait, is that Foggy Town? Wait, let me... okay, you know what, let's just... Okay. Okay, so, no, we'll figure out what the thumbnail looks like after I know the title of Volume 6, it's fine. Okay, yeah, the poll is a resounding yes, so we'll... Okay, 2 more chapters, let's go. 1160 is a good... Okay, perfect, that works out great. Then 8 chapters next stream, we can do that. Let's go. Read, yeah, now we're back to reading. Let's go. Hype. In a hotel in the Backland Bridge. My god, this is going to be a 5-hour long stream. Keep the present one for half of Volume 6? You think so, Pushkar? Okay. In a hotel in the Backland Bridge area, apart from his thoughts still belonging to him, Klein could no longer control a thing. He knew very well that this was a deeper level of parasitizing. In this state, he could only look ahead of him in fear and despair. He watched as Inuni, who was wearing a monocle with a smile on his face, changed into Amon's original form. He took a step forward counterclockwise and opened his mouth to speak in the Mandarin. The immortal Lord of heaven and earth for blessing. Did he just steal my thoughts or my ability to speak Mandarin? No, it has to be the former, otherwise he wouldn't be able to grasp this ritual. Klein felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. As though sensing his emotions, the monocled man turned to him and smiled, took another step counterclockwise and continued. The Sky Lord of heaven and earth for blessing. Following that, this blasphemer carried on the ritual with great familiarity. With each step he took, and every incantation, Klein's heart sank deeper into an abyss. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessing. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, a boundless grey fog appeared. There was no need to listen carefully, as he understood what it meant with his spiritual perception. After advancing to Scholar of Yore, he had obtained basic control of Sephira Castle, no matter who it was, even if they had the correct ritual and the incantation needed to obtain his permission to enter the grey fog. Reject him, Klein instantly delighted. You think it's going to be that simple in front of Amon? However, just as he had this thought, he had forgotten it. However, just as his intention of rejecting Amon had been stolen, Klein once again felt despair, but the grey fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was taken aback as he knew what was going on. I understand. I have to head above the grey fog and control the Sephira Castle to give him permission to enter. There's no default option. The thought was like a straw which Klein was grabbing at with no hesitation. It prevented him from sinking into the abyss. Although he still didn't know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that a slim possibility, and his only hope, could be hidden in this detail. At this moment, Amon stopped and the attempt and cast his gaze at Klein. Clearly, he had failed. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Insert Napoleon, there's nothing we can do. Amon had used the standard Loan language, but every word seemed to be able to stir the powers of nature, creating an explosion of one after another in his mind. How is he so sure that I'm the fool and not a blessed? How am I certain? He pointed at the round stool table opposite him and said, "Sit down, don't stand on ceremony." The moment he finished that sentence, Klein couldn't help but stride forward and sit his ass down. Amon looked forward and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He put on the hat and said, "Do you think that I wasn't aware that the ritual would be unsuccessful? It hasn't been long since the Sephira Castle produced an anomaly, so how could I forget? I just wanted to see your reaction, but you subconsciously felt despair and rejected me. That was interesting. If you weren't the one called a fool, why would you have such a thought? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" Oh, they're like in a... Oh, they're both at like an impasse. Klein can't do anything to the fool. Klein can't do anything to Amon. And Amon can't do anything to Klein because he wants Sephira Castle. And Klein would only be able to give it to him above the Grey Fog, but above the Grey Fog his influence breaks. Oh, so it's like a game of... Oh, so they're both just like... They're both at an impasse. I fell for his scam. Only then did Klein realize Amon wasn't disappointed at all. He calmly said, "Kill me." I can speak now? Klein tried to control his body, but it was impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the name of the goddess, but this thought was lost yet again. So you think you can be reborn in Sephira Castle? The more I think, the more I talk, the more mistakes I make. Klein shut his mouth and didn't utter another word. There's no need to be so afraid. There's no bad blood between us. Klein was stunned. The only conflict we have is regarding Sephira Castle. But do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Aren't you worried that the original owner of Sephira Castle will revive within you? Oh my god, this is such an old theory of mine! Oh my god! I hadn't even thought of this in so long! Fuck. Oh my god, this is such an old theory! The OGs know! Oh my god! This was something Klein was concerned about, but it made him at a loss. Amon pinched the crystal monocle, but didn't urge him to answer. If you give me Sephira Castle, all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of the Sephira Castle comes back to life, or the fate can be shouldered, the one who needs to worry is me, not you. Also, I'll be able to take over the subsequent arrangements of my zealous brother, Dor, and little Zaratul's pursuits and the benediction of the Evernight. And you will be freed from all this, and you just stay as a Sequence 3. The fuck do you think this is, huh? You think we came this far just to come this far, Amon? The fuck? Who the fuck do you think you're talking to, you little shit? As for the organization you established, I can help you maintain it. It'll be fascinating. If you think that's not enough, then I can make you my blessed. Are you not pretending that the fool is the angel of time Amon in the City of Silver? This can turn a reality into the future. I will lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you will still have a chance to become an angel. You think so, you fuck? He's practically taking over all my worries and hardship. There's only benefits left. Klein, who didn't have a huge desire in becoming a true god and controlling the Sephira Castle, felt his heart palpitate. If he hadn't known that Amon was a master in deceit, he would have agreed to it. But in the end, he said, "Kill me." Is that all you know how to say? To Amon, this was an interesting matter. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. It only served to make success even more delighting. To him, I'm just a heartless, broken record. By lampooning, Klein realized that the despair and depression had eased. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know the City of Silver thinks you're the fool?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspects that the fool was a god that Amon believed in, afraid that he would provoke him. Of course, if Amon was the type of person who would lose his intelligence after being provoked, he definitely would have tried to do so. This was because he now suspected that after gaining initial control of Sephira Castle, he would have been reborn above the Grey Fog after his death. Unfortunately, Amon wasn't a king of angels from the storm pathway, but a god of trickery. One that gave even true deities a headaches in the Fourth Epoch. Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? since you, the fool, the hanged man have intertwined. I'm happy to watch by the sidelines. City of Silver still has another Amon's avatar? Who? This is... Previously, the members of the Giant King's court team weren't parasitized. This is something that can be confirmed. As his mind tensed up, Klein felt it was only natural. This was because Leonard had told him that once Amon that seeing one Amon meant there were a bunch of Amons lurking around. Without much thought, Klein tried hard to come up with an attempt to escape. You didn't rob me of my destiny because you can't handle it right now? Yes. That's why I want to make a deal with you, peacefully. The microbes. But since you rejected my offer, I can only bring you to see my real body, to a sufficiently safe place. There, I will take over your destiny. When that happens, your ending will not be as good as the one I described. As he spoke, the black-haired, black-eyed man with a broad forehead and thin face slowly got up and walked towards the door. With that, Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. He then reached out and said, "What's the fourth line of that Scholar of Yore honorific name?" In mysticism, every existence's corresponding name wasn't that strict, as long as one used the correct format and the correct descriptions to narrow down the scope to prevent ambiguity. They could point towards the corresponding existence. This was also why quite a number of heretics who knew nothing of mysticism had randomly come up with honorific names. Of course, if the name wasn't given by the hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy receiving an automatic response. Previously, Amon had used the understanding of the Scholar of Yore and Gehrman and the powers of the Sequence 7 cryptologist to restore the full honorific name that could point to Gehrman. He didn't attempt to pray and use the automatic response to establish a connection, because his godhood intuition told him there was a problem with the fourth sentence. The fourth line of Klein's honorific name flashed across his mind, but he had no intention of telling Amon. At that moment, Amon opened his mouth and read out his thoughts. Oh my god, what a bitch. Protector of backland magic and drama performers. This so-called Angel of Time fell silent, then smiled, very happily. To be honest, this is all fascinating. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed? Kill me. Klein opened up his mouth and spoke. 1152. Error. Okay. What's the error? By the way, it's weird. After a while of wearing the monocle, you actually start getting weirdly used to it. It doesn't, like, it's not hurting my nose. It's hurting a little bit, but like not much. Like I can bear through it. Upon hearing Klein's reply, Amon smiled. How did you think of such an honorific name? It needs to have a connection with myself, but also needs to be able to, but also to avoid others from using the prayer's automatic response to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names. Since his identity had been spoken, there was no need for Klein to hide it any further. He was hoping such a conversation could help him grasp the opportunity. At the same time, his mind raced as he began thinking how to save himself. I've been deeply parasitized. If I have any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Amon, he'll sense them and steal them. Today's Saturday, it's almost Monday. If the fool suddenly stopped the tarot gathering, the other members would be terrified, nervous, and confused. Those with the means to contact the world would attempt to summon the messenger and ask for the reason. Once Miss Messenger approaches me, she'll be able to discover Amon, and she can use the Yesterday Once Again charm to recover her peak condition. With the complete strength of an angel, she has a sizable chance of recovering me. You think a full Sequence 2 can fight against Amon? Not just a Sequence 1. The peak of the, like, the head of the King of Angels? Avatar, not me, but okay, true. The most important thing for me now is to persist. Since Amon can't steal my fate, why did he try to trade peacefully? Even if I agreed, he wouldn't dare let me go above the Grey Fog to grant him permission. That means that I'm free of his control. Is the agreement itself a switch? As Amon... Amon deliberately didn't mention this, as expected, a scam. Having grasped a sliver of hope, Klein decided to stall for as long as he could over the next 2 days. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin and said, "Have you provided any protection to the Backland magic and drama performance?" "I've protected a trickmaster before." "I'm a magician myself. I've performed many times in Backland." "Barely counts," Mon added. He then walked out of the hotel and went down the street. Like a servant, Klein followed behind. How regretful. Amon pinched his monocle. "What's there to regret?" Klein asked. "I've already been caught by you. What more do you have to regret?" If you can make a guess, if you can guess correctly, I will give you a better ending." Klein didn't believe in his promise at all, so he decided not to be tricked. I can't guess it. How boring. Amon clenched his right hand and tapped his monocle. From the pedestrians, the trees on the streets of the street, the sparrows on the rooftops, and the rats in the muddy corners, all the living creatures in the air, flew out, returning to Amon like stars. This son of a god instantly rose to the level of an angel. As for Klein, he raised his left hand and used the human skin glove to activate traveling. At that moment, the only thing on him which was real was creeping hunger. The rest were made by the powers of Faceless. Seeing that traveling was about to begin, Klein blurted out, "Why didn't you teleport out of the room?" He had expected Amon to leave Backland. After all, this was a place where even kings of angels had to be wary. The eye behind the monocle swept across Klein's face as he smiled. "I've already answered you. What a pity you didn't seek help from Palez." The Angel of Time had an obvious smile on his face, but there was no emotions in his eyes. "He's certain I have some connection to Palez." "Is it because of what happened last time?" "No, stop it, Klein." Amon glanced at the panicking passerbys on the street with an impassive manner before looking up at the grey sky and saying, "I can only wait for the next opportunity. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place." As they spoke, both of them turned transparent and vanished from the hotel's entrance. After passing through the countless indescribable spirit world creatures and overlapping layers of saturated colors, Klein and Amon's appeared above the sea. My god, I see above and my mind goes to above the Grey Fog immediately. Beneath their feet was a huge fissure. The blue seawater had been cut off as they plummeted down into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall. Wasn't this the place that they ran past as soon as they entered the Forsaken Land of the Gods? That like a girl who was of the sailor pathway swam deep down, but she was like, "Damn, like I don't know what the fuck's in there. Like I can't go there." This was the entrance to the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. With a thought, Klein asked, "You're taking me to the Forsaken Land of the Gods?" "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contract." Amon knows what I'm planning. The flame of hope ignited in Klein was extinguished by the cold reality. The Forsaken Land of the Gods was separated from the spirit world. Only the Sephira Castle could make connection. At this moment, by levitating, Amon muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Backland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, I would have used the Abyss as a springboard to head there. We wouldn't need to go through all this trouble." Klein guiltily changed the topic. "The Abyss is connected to the land forsaken by the gods?" "No. But I can use some of its properties to go where I want." I heard that there were some nasty changes in the Abyss, Klein probed. You're aware? Yes. I once thought of exploring the Abyss. Klein didn't speak further, afraid that the King of Angels would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. You want to explore the Abyss? What's so funny about that? Klein asked. Just as he finished speaking, Klein had another idea. Using the conversation he had with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets and speed up the digestion of the Scholar of Yore. This way, deepen his control of Sephira Castle and escape his predicament. This thought flashed through his mind as he quickly restrained himself and stopped thinking. Your visit of the Abyss is like offering yourself in a beautifully packaged gift to someone who wants it. Dark side of the universe? Klein made a quick guess. He was the originally only surviving ancient god, the Devil Monarch, Farbauti now. Oh my god, I fucking knew! Dude, I said for so long, I don't know who the dark side of the universe is, but that is such a cool fucking name. That's Farbauti? Oh my god. Oh my god. Far booty is crazy. You're a bitch, Hope. Nagito, what did you say? Nagito. So basically every word Amon says is lore fucking clearly. Oh my god. Without finishing his sentence, Amon leapt up and jumped into the huge illusory rift. With that, Klein lost the support of the wind and fell straight down. After an unknown period of time, the water that resembled a fountain surged upwards, rapidly throwing himself to Amon. Just as he entered the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, Klein was hit by bright sunlight. He suddenly heard a series of intense, crazy ravings. It was like a thin needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain, filling every thought with intense pain. As from the worms of spirit that formed his mystical creature form, they gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to the degenerate consciousness that didn't belong to him. The true creator's ravings. Klein could barely withstand it. It was hard for him to hold on too long. There was no way for him to go far into the battlefield of the gods. At this moment, he saw the monocle on Amon's right eye absorb all the light around him. Then a thick darkness ruled the sky. Bro, is Amon on crack? What the fuck is this? Amon directly stole the day of the ruins of the battlefield of gods. In the darkness, this Angel of Time's avatar had brought Klein to an island and made him sleep against a stone pillar. Soon, Klein arrived in a hazy dream world. He saw the projection of Ormir's court, which was filled with an epic feeling opposite the Black Cloister. Amon, wearing the black silk top hat and crystal monocle beside him, smiled. He pointed to the projection of Ormir's court frozen in sunset. That's the entrance to the Forsaken Land of Gods. Don't you need to enter a dream at a specific time to open the entrance? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. He thought it would be great if Amon wasted a week or two of his time in the ruined battlefield of the gods. That's right. Amon didn't deny what Klein said. If you wish to open the entrance, you have to travel on a ship to the core of the ruins of the waters. This may take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you're currently unable to withstand. As for me, I don't have to. Because you're the son of the creator? No. In chaotic places like this, order is in shambles. All the laws governing them have been mutated. There are too many things that I can exploit. As this Angel of Time walked, he turned to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 has a strange, abstract name. Error. Bro, what is this? Error? It's a concept as I predicted. Pushkar, wait, take those. Bro, we can't stop winning today. We can't stop winning. Oh my god, someone call the cops. I am fucking cheating. So I am missing 2 sequences in that entire group of pathway. I'm missing the sequence 0 of the door pathway. Oh my god, is it a fucking door? That it might be. No. In my mind it's no. In my mind it's a planet. So no, in my mind it's a planetary thing. So it can't be. The error path. Winning. Oh my god. It was the name. It was named by my father. Celestial object. Yeah, I think it's a celestial object. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 0 was given a very strange abstract name. Error. It was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origins to represent it. Bug. Bug, is that where your name comes from? Disambiguous. Oh my god. When translated, it's a Trojan horse of fate. Wait, hold on. It's a Trojan horse of fate, the slug of time, the loopholes and rules, the manifestation of all errors. Oh. Wait, it's an English word. When he's saying it's a strange word of unknown origins, it's an English word. So ASG is indeed a fucking, oh my, so ASG is a transmigrator. Oh. Bug as in a computer code. Oh, because he's probably some fucking autistic comp sci major. Oh. He's some fucking autistic comp sci major who tried to become a god. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Oh. Monocle emoji, will emoji. Yes, Pushkar. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. Alright, I think we're done, right? Fucking Christ. Milos sent like 900 a Monarch. Who calls their son an error? He does, I guess. Milos, okay, I'm just gonna, okay, I'll look at a couple. I'm not looking at all of them. Milos sent me, like, all of the art. What the fuck, bro? Well, son, you were a Mr. Error. Yeah, fucking Christ. 40, you're out of your mind. Like this one, that looks very nice. Damn, this man's out of his fucking unlocking the third transmit. No, but there's 4, man. My divinations can never be so wrong. It's impossible. No, the Evernight Goddess has to be a transmigrate. I refuse to believe it. I don't care. She was the original. She was the OG. I have to. She was the original. She has to be. Nope. I refuse to believe it. I'm coping so fucking hard. 10 up. Then there was a 4th one hiding elsewhere, bro. I don't know. Damn, he does look so cool. Okay, no, you know what I will do? Milos, I'll skim through them right now, and then I'll go through all of them. I'll go through all of them next stream. Dude, I've been streaming for 5 hours. Come on. No, there's no fucking chance my theory is so wrong. I just refuse to believe it. No chance. Oh my god, this is them transmigrating! I've used this art before too, way back when. Oh my god. No, Luvion, if you have them, send them all. If you have them, send them all. Fuck it. Or send as many as you can, fuck it. Like, don't, like, go out of your way to, you know, but, like... No, yes, I've seen this, but I've used this before, too. I thought it was so... I didn't know who Amon was at the time. I just never thought about it. I just thought it was cool. What's the argument for Evernight to be a transmigrator again? When's next stream? Tomorrow nighttime. So, like, about 3 hours from now it'd start, give or take. 3 or 4 hours from now it'd start tomorrow. So, like, 28 hours. Sure. I have the beginning bit, but I didn't get very far. Yeah, no worries. Whatever you get, Luvian, just send them in. I appreciate you, man. Man, this man looks so terrifying. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jesus. Why does he have a gun? American. Chat pissed me off. It's fine. It was a great day, Romero. I didn't see any spoilers today. I mean, I know you were working overtime as fuck. Thank you so much, by the way. Don't search up names of this volume. No, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna search anything up. Later next stream we'll start with the author notes, and then we'll go there. I'll go there. Damn, bro, my man's he's getting real touchy feely. Hey, all I'm saying is I don't see his second hand. Okay, there's a 60% chance he's grabbing his crotch. My God, this looks so cool. Like, gotcha, motherfucker. Alright. Alright, guys. I think we end it there. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. A special thank you to Samo, to Gil, to Devil, to anyone, to everyone who joined as a member. Thank you so much, everyone. If you're new here, thank you so much for popping by and staying for so fucking long. If you guys aren't in our Discord, consider joining. Link in the description. Thank you so much, everyone. Like, holy fuck, this was by far our most successful stream. It was awesome. We were at 100 for like so fucking long, dude. Oh my god. Thank you to all the mods who fucking were working overtime the entire fucking time. Thank you, Gil. Thank you, Gil. Thank you to all the mods who were working overtime. Thank you, guys. And yeah, I'm gonna leave it there. Bye, guys.